All right, thank you. Welcome to our Lindon City Council meeting here on Monday, April 17th, 2023. We will be having our regular session tonight. I'll be conducting Mayor Lundberg, and we will first begin with an invocation, which I will offer, and then we will have a pledge of allegiance. And I would like to invite one of our council members to offer the pledge tonight. Daryl, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. All right. Our Father in heaven, as we gather this evening for this night of business on behalf of the citizens of Lindon City, we first acknowledge and express much gratitude to Thee for this great land of freedom that we live in, for the many blessings and tender mercies that we enjoy, and despite the many challenges here locally and also nationally and also throughout the world, our hearts are tender, and we ask for Thy blessing for those that need Thy grace and Thy help. And as we proceed with this meeting this evening, we pray that we can do so respectfully and as community members that care about each other and our community. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Would everyone please stand and repeat after me the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much for that pledge, Daryl. We will now do our call to order, our roll call of our council members.
Jake Hoyt, present.
Daryl Magleby, present.
Mike Van Sherry, present.
Carolyn Lundberg, present.
Van Broderick, present.
Randy Powell, present.
Okay, we're all here in attendance. That's wonderful. Okay, and then we also have right now a special item, agenda number 2. We're very excited to have some special employee and recognition that is very well deserved. We will first have that recognition here in our presentations and announcements portion of the agenda, and I'll turn that over to our city administrator, Adam Cowie.
Thanks. Brittany, if we could start with you. Brittany Lader, come on up here. So we each quarter have, you're okay. Each quarter we have an employee nominated recognition program, and this quarter Brittany was recognized. She's put in a lot of effort helping out Kathy Mosenham, our city recorder, as some clerk duties, filling in for that, and has been sworn in officially as a deputy court clerk to help, a deputy city clerk to help with some of those matters, but also our full-time justice court clerk. And Brittany does a lot of things in our administration department to try to get people motivated to get out and walk and exercise. And this was a great comment that came in from a coworker that says, Brittany's enthusiasm for not just work, but side projects concerning employee health make all the difference at this office. I was just thinking the other day how amazing the literal impact she made on my life last month was with the 50-mile march challenge, something that Brittany initiated and sent out to all the employees. After a personally sedentary winter, that challenge got me walking every single day of the month, which greatly improved my mental and physical health. It's crazy to think that Brittany's impact literally got me out of my house and moving my body. That's real change. Apart from that, she's always making us laugh and brainstorming fun ways for us to connect as Lindon employees through activities, food, and challenges. She's a bright light at the City Hall, and I'm grateful to work with her every day. So we thought that was an awesome comment and appreciate your work and effort. As part of that, we have a $50 Amazon gift card that we wanted to recognize you for. Thank you so much. So. Next, Juan and Heath, maybe you could come up to help recognize our snow plowers here. All of you guys come on up, our Public Works employees that were part of snow plowing efforts. Yeah, line up across here.
You just say Matt, you've covered half of them.
So we had, I gotta find it here, if I had it misplaced, but we have several of our employees here that, let me just read off the names. These were individuals that not just plowed during the day, but specifically helped out at night. We had, I believe it was 23 different call-outs this winter. So this was after hours in the evenings, 23 different times. We put down over 1,400 tons of salt this year. I think the most we've done in a long time. And a few of these individuals, Heath Peters, Matt Neer, Matt Allenson, Matt Winward, Ethan Boren, Kip Calder, and from our Parks Department, Wade Webb and Jake Woodcox. Thankful for their efforts, and it's above and beyond a normal winter, everybody knows for sure, and so a lot of time that they spent away from their homes and families and keeping Lindon safe, making our city better. So thank you guys. As part of this, we also wanted to recognize you guys with some gift cards, again, for your efforts. We know it's a lot of time and work, so thank you so much. And we'll get this to the other guys that weren't here. So
All right.
I want to say that besides being called out at midnight, 2 in the morning, they actually stayed the whole morning shift or day shift that they still have to check on chlorine tanks, on anything else, doing the rounds on the well, just to keep the water system going. So these are really heroes behind the scenes, and Public Works it's a great department because of people like these guys.
Outstanding. We're so grateful. Could we get, before you guys go, before you take off, I would love to get a picture with our employees and the council. If we could all come on up, guys. And Brittany as well. We would want to get a picture with y'all. We'll put it on our social media.
Total.
Oh, you wanna just take the picture with me?
Yep, I'll send it to you. Okay. Ready, 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you, guys.
You bet. And just for one point of clarification, we have other public works, and even a couple of our department heads, Heath and Juan, have gone out and plowed during the daytime, but these were the primary ones on call-outs, so just.
Can I add to that too, is that not only do we have fabulous employees, but we have fabulous residents who sometimes get out with their tractors and their whatever equipment that they have, and they help out with this. And we live in a wonderful community.
We do. And I wish they hadn't stepped out just yet, because I was going to tell them that there were residents that commented how grateful they were. They could get up at 6:30 a.m. going to work. And some communities, the roads aren't plowed yet, and in our community, the roads was plowed. People could get to work safely, so incredible people and going the extra mile. Yes,
For
you let them
arranging it and
know.
all that goes on there.
And there's much more besides roads that you're tackling right now.
Asphalt
On
patching.
Easter Sunday, do you want to share what happened Easter Sunday? They had to go address a sticky situation.
It was sticky and stinky.
Sticky, stinky.
All of the above. So we had a sewer backup happening right when the Bible Church on State Street was getting ready to have a breakfast event. So they had all their chairs set up in the building that we own. They use it as a meeting room, but they were able to very graciously. They weren't upset or nothing. They just took all the tables. It was a nice day, and they had their breakfast out in the grass. And then everybody just Tyler Pritchett, Paul Miller, Keith Peters was on call, and myself. I was about ready to pull into my church for services, and he says it's bad, so I just kept going down, and we were able to clean, to reroute some of the sewer flows, and Tuesday morning, because I sent them home, we were in danger of backing up again. The sewer crew has Monday off, and then they work Tuesday through Friday. So Tuesday morning, they started TVing and jetting, and we found that there were 3 telecommunication lines that
Had perforated the line.
Oh, my
had
goodness.
perforated the line.
Wow.
And it took about a year, almost to the day, for that line to finally plug completely. Contacted the people responsible for it. I had to kind of use some maneuvers, say if you don't remove these lines from our pipe, we're gonna have to cut the lines from inside, and then you'll be losing your fiber optic cable for about 40 to 50,000 people that depend on that connection. It's not just through here, but as it spreads from everywhere, that's where people are gonna be impacted. The guy immediately called his crew, and by Wednesday at 5 in the morning, the sewer was already flowing. Zach Daly worked all night with the crew to make sure that things were being done properly. We have a lot of utilities. If you were able to see the excavation hole, we had gas, water, sewer, secondary water, all in that little
Fiber optic cable.
fiber optic cable, of course.
How would those cables broach the?
So they,
Reach the
instead of excavating, they do what is called horizontal boring. So they start just pounding the cables, and they just say, well, they knew the elevations, but when they measure from the top, they're within a foot. So they were trying to thread the needle, and they impacted that line. So now when people come with a directional boring permit, we actually are making them TV the lines before and after, and sometimes during, if it's a high-pressure water line or a high-pressure sewer line. So we're making the changes, and now we explain people, says, why are you making us do this much work? And we tell them it's because this event.
Church on Sunday.
That we had, so. But
Yeah.
it's all, everybody on my crew was, there's a picture. So that's the 3 lines.
And all the rags and
And all the
So
rags
what-
that accumulated through the year. And then the second picture is after we fixed it. We have that green pipe that it's a patch. Then we still have to come in from the inside and install another seal to make that a permanent. But it's amazing what you can do from the inside of the pipes. Now, of course, if that would have been something that was not as important as a fiber optic, I could have just come with a cutter, which is like a hole saw, and then just go through there and cut that and then put a repair. But in this case, they said, no, we can't lose this service for all these people. But it was a success story after we had the problem, and we're working with the church to make them whole, and contacting with the boring company to make us whole also on our expenses.
Right. Thank you again.
Yeah.
Another round of applause for that. It's amazing. Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments or announcements from council?
I think Daryl has an announcement.
Do you want me to do it?
Or maybe our mayor would like to do it.
Lincoln, since you're a family, we want to hear about your announcement.
Council member Lincoln?
This was on the agenda.
This is open presentations and announcements.
I proposed to somebody for a summertime wedding.
Yay.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Lincoln.
Anyone you know?
She's still got 3 months to change her mind, so
But she said yes at this point.
That's
at this
right.
point, yes. Awesome.
We all want to know if the reception will be on a pickleball court.
No, it won't.
That would be appropriate. All right. Okay, and then we're now on to item number 3, open session for public comment. This is where anyone in the public may come forward here to the table if there's something they would like to comment or address to the council that is not on tonight's agenda. All right. And then if you could please make sure you have the microphone there. For those that are online, they may hear you and also the recording, and state your name. You see a green, should turn green for you.
Scoot that up
And
close
then
to you. There you go. And my name is Ross Wright. I've been here before, and I just want to address an issue as it pertains to the secondary water, the gray water. So I'll just have I have some things I want to say, and then I'll answer any questions that you have. Just so you have a background, our family moved to Lindon in August of 1986. That's almost 37 years ago. And there's been lots and lots of changes in Lindon in the 37 years. We purchased our home on 115 South, 630 East, and there's 6/10 of an acre there. And when we moved in, we had a half a share of water in the North Union Irrigation Company. When we originally moved there, the water was in the North Union Canal. I'll talk about that in a second too. But when we irrigated our property, there was a secondary ditch on the west side of the North Union Canal that we ran about 4 second feet of water through that ditch. And it went down, and there were 5 of us on that ditch that irrigated at the same time. So we had the water there for, I don't remember how long it was, but probably an hour and a half to water our gardens and trees and so on and so forth. So that was a huge issue to have that water all at once. At that time, the junior high school wasn't there, and there were a bunch of trees along the canal. I've done my share of cleaning the canal over the years, and especially before the canal was piped just recently. I'll refer to that in just a second too. Originally, that canal was earthen. It was put in by the pioneers long years ago. And in about between 1945 and 1960, plus or minus, that canal was put it was concreted in a V, and that's a long time ago as well. During that period of time, there was lots of deterioration in the canal. It had lots of cracks in it, and it had more water going out of the canal through the cracks than it was almost going through the canal. My problem with that was that that particular place, when the water runs through there's a hard pan. And if you don't know what the hard pan is, it's clay bottom, there's nice soil on top. You go down 3 or 4 feet and there's a hard pan. And that water would leak out of the canal, hit the hard pan and come down and flood my basement. And back then, I'd come to the city before and let them know that there was an issue with it. The city is a major stockholder in the North Union Irrigation Company, and that was an issue that I felt was the city's problem, not my problem, because the water was coming from the leaks in the canal. At that time, I was, as I visited with people from the city, they said, well, it's not our problem. And I said, well, if it's not your problem, then I'm going to file water with the Division of Water Services up at the state, and I'll claim that water. And they said, well, you can't do that because it's our water. And I said, I rest my case. So, that being said, that water would come in about the 1st of June, and then when the water would go out would be about the middle of October. I didn't have any more water, so that was convincing to me that I didn't have it was a hard pan water and not something else. So fast forward that a little bit. With that, I actually pumped the water back into the canal at times because it was coming down there. I put in a separate drain. I ran my an electric line out to the pump, and it pumped the water back into the canal. And I did some other things too, but I won't go into that at this particular time. So that brings us to the pressurized water system when that went in. Just so you know, I am a 100% supporter of the secondary pressurized water system. There is no question about that in my mind. I was in favor of it when it was put in, and I'm in favor of it now. When that water was put in, you had two choices. You could surrender your share of water to the North Union Irrigation Company to the city, or pay. I don't remember what it was then, but I know now if you don't have a water share or half a share to hook up with the city, it's somewhere around $25,000 to $30,000 to hook up the secondary water. So now what I see happening there is those of us who supplied the city with our share of water, the city was the beneficiary of that because there's more water that's being used under the direction of the city than there is by the property owner. So it's a windfall for the city, in my opinion. The gray water was put in 1973, approximately, I think that's what it was. And when we surrendered our water share, the commitment and the promise was from the city that it would be, the cost us $10 a month, 12 months out of the year for $120, or 120, yeah, 100, annually. And so there was no restriction on how much water you could use, and if I compared that to the 4 second feet of water I had to what I had going through a pressurized system, there's no comparison. There was water left over for somebody else, which is fine. I have zero problem with that. But I do have a problem now when there's somebody that doesn't have any water, shares to give, that is the city, depending on whatever the distribution of that is, there's water that would be available for somebody who didn't have water. So it's a case of the haves and the have-nots. And so as you look around, and you don't have to be terribly intelligent to see all of the construction that's going along, not only in our city, but adjoining cities too. And the North Union Canal obviously goes through Lindon, goes to Pleasant Grove and into American Fork and other places who are the beneficiaries of that water. So that's, I know that's the case. So about 5 years ago, the canal was piped from 200 South over to not quite Center Street, and that goes right past my property. And I was elated when that went through, and some of you here will remember when I came and I had an issue with the fence, and that all taken care of, and I'm okay with that, except the city's not a very good neighbor. Because when the water comes on, it's an overshoot of the water that comes onto my garden, and anyway, that's a whole different issue. I'll live with that, but it needs to be taken care of at some point in time. So my question, I guess, is coming to the council is, the city, in my opinion, has a surplus of water from the North Union Canal. And obviously, if we look at what the drought has been, and I know what the governor said about water, we're seeing that drought condition is going to be completely changed by the middle of the summer because of the snowpack. And that's kudos to those who manage the water, because you got Deer Creek, you got Jordanelle, you got the other waters in the, up in the Uintas. They're all come down in that Pro River Water District. And I could go on further about that, but that's a blessing to us to be able to have that. And we should be good stewards of that water as well. So I know soon, and I think the city's probably already started putting in the water meters for the secondary system. And if I understand correctly from what I've read and what I understand is that there won't be a charge necessary for this year, but you're going to make, determine how much water is used by each individual person. So for me personally, one of the reasons, as I mentioned earlier, we like Lindon, because we're on a 6/10 of an acre. I have 25 fruit trees. I have a large garden, and I'll give up my grass before I'm gonna give up my garden and my trees. But I want that to be fair, you know, to me, because of what the promise was when the secondary water system went in. So that's basically my, I guess my complaint is I want to be treated fairly when that goes in, based upon promises that were made when the system was put into place.
All right, thank you. Comments from council on this? Any other questions for Mr. Wright?
Mr. Wright has been here many times, but he understands we can't take any action. Our best ability to beyond listening is all we really can do. Unfortunately, we can try to take action as we see fit, but we only get to listen to you tonight because you're not on the agenda, but we sure appreciate you coming forward and letting us know your concerns, because I hate to speak for the council themselves. This is a concern of ours. And unfortunately, the state mandates a lot of the reasons why things have changed since 1993.
And we are, that is one of the things that we've been wanting to be fair with the residents as well. We're residents like you with properties similar size or larger or smaller. And some communities in the valley, the moment they're putting in those meters, pretty much within the same year, are already even now charging new tiered rates. And so one of the things that I think that's been really nice about our public works director, you know, he's a data-driven kind of guy. He's someone you can always talk to if you have questions with. He's right here in the room, Juan Garrido. But we're hoping to collect information for some time and not quickly figure out what those rates are going to be. We want to collect a lot of information, go over that data, and exactly as you're saying, determine what's appropriate for different lot sizes, different property sizes. So.
Well, and I understand that, and I personally think it's, the governor is overreaching and taking over different things for irrigation companies. The state doesn't own the water. The irrigation companies own the water, and it's terribly frustrating to be, I guess,
Yeah.
for lack of a better way to say it, in this particular case, a dictator, what he can do with the water.
The state will probably disagree with you on that comment.
I understand that. I understand that, but I also understand that, you know, there's water laws in the state of Utah, and if it was the governor taking his water off his property down in where he lives, most of the time, he wouldn't be very happy with it either, and it's, anyway, it is
Oh,
what
I'm
it
with
is.
you.
It is what it is.
We feel your pain. We didn't think it was very fair either, as citizens, but literally, there's not a darn thing we can do about it.
But I think the fact that we're taking time, we do have an ability to take some time and not enact it as quickly as other cities are. I think that's as a service to our residents. We want to try to take as much information, feedback like yours as we can. So thank you.
It's very important
Okay.
to us.
Thank you very much.
All right, is there anyone else who would like to address the council? Come on up and please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Richard Mon, and I appreciate being here. And in the spirit of showing appreciation to city employees, may I begin by expressing my thanks to Juan and Kelly Johnson for coming out to my neighborhood to discuss with me concerns about the flooding. I appreciate it very much. their effort to come on site and look around the neighborhood and say, this might be a problem. So let's begin there. I also appreciate the comments that were just made because I too would like to talk about water meters and secondary water. Not necessarily in the same vein, but we find ourselves as a community in a situation where people outside are sort of dictating our future. And unfortunately, the city has been a contributor to the problem that we face today. Our little bit of country has been encouraged and in some cases mandated by the city. Large lot sizes, landscaping, and now we find ourselves in a situation where we're using more water than other people would like us to use. So I have a request, and that request is simply that as a contributor to the problem, maybe the city can be a contributor to the solution, other than charging a tiered rate for the secondary water. When I moved into my home in the east side of the city, I had a hillside that was barren and subject to erosion. And we had a nice rainstorm, and I had a lot of mud flow down into the level, grassy area of my yard. So I planted ground cover to hold the soil in place. And I used secondary water to maintain that ground cover. So it's not simply just an aesthetic matter for me. It's an essential, okay? I have ground cover to control erosion. I'd like to know if there are other options. You know, what can I do? And I'm sure other residents of the city are in a similar situation where we just don't know the best direction to go. And maybe the city can provide some assistance in identifying plants that would be appropriate, or partnering with local businesses to make landscaping materials available to help us reduce the water. And in that way, the city could be a contributor to the solution, more than just charging more money. And that's my comment.
Thank you very much, Richard. And we do have a lot of information with the Central Utah Water District. They have landscape classes, they have flip the strip incentives, things like that. We're right now, in fact, they are passing along some new recommendations that they're asking cities to adopt, and we are reviewing those. And I think what you're saying about trying to get the education out to folks is very important at this time. So
Well,
thank you.
I appreciate that, and thanks for the time.
All right, are there any other comments from anyone in the community? All right, seeing none, we'll move forward to item number 4, which is our council reports. And anyone, Jake gave me a wink, so I'll take that as a go.
I'd love to start. Just a couple of quick updates from the PD and from Parks and Rec. Our PD has been doing some trainings this last week. Mental health, firearms, and active shooter training recently. Appreciate our police and all that they do. They do have May 15th through May 21st is National Police Week. Keep your eyes on that week for an invitation to the ceremony dinner that we always do. We'll want to be there to support our team. So thanks, Chief, for all you do there. Parks and Rec is as busy as ever, right? I have to really quickly, we sat down in a family meeting yesterday at the Hoyt household. We've got 4 kids aging 3 to 12, and went through Lindon Parks and Rec's offerings for summer camps. I gotta read these to you guys. There's a couple. I love that we have so many sports programs, but they've got something for everything. My daughter right now is in the Harry Potter Club through Parks and Rec, but here's what they're offering through the summer: Teddy Bear Adventure Camp, Around the World Camp, Fancy Nancy Extravaganza, Superhero Camp, Space Camp, Pirate and Princess Camp, Shark Week Camp, and Game On Camp, a sports sampler, night games. air dry clay sculpting, sketching 101, jewelry making, tie-dye, self-care, kids in the kitchen brunch, green thumb camp. It goes on and on and on. And it's just so impressive that a city our size is offering so many great programs, camps that go beyond the typical scope of parks and recreation. And so my hat's off to you, Heath. Keep up the good work.
100%.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
It's amazing.
Great, I'll go. I'll add my appreciation to Parks and Rec in all that they do and what I've been able to observe as Lindon Days and Centennial Celebration efforts. We're meeting next Monday for continuation of Lindon Days and all that it requires for this year. And one thing that that Heath made me aware of today is that we're $2,000 short of our $30,000 goal. We're doing very well. It sounds like we're short, but we're ahead of the game typically in our fundraising efforts for Lindon Days. So we're at $28,000 currently and looking for just a couple thousand more and some donations for all the events that take place during that week. So we're in really good shape there. Grand Marshal, I think are we able to confirm that at this point, or are we waiting to hear back from the family on that?
We're close.
Okay,
Should hopefully hear by tomorrow.
great.
Okay.
There are some deadlines for write-ups on that and also for your contributions. I think within about a month is what Heath mentioned to me. This year is our first year that we're attempting to print the booklet ourselves, and we've got some decent quotes. I think it's about where we were in previous years with the other company. And we have a couple that we're waiting for results on. Regarding the centennial celebration, there was a discussion between several of us in email last week regarding should we do the Dowdle puzzle event on the day of our actual date that the city became a city for the state. And we've decided to keep it on March 5th because that's something Eric Dowdle needs to do still. But our actual true date, I think it's the 24th or 25th of March, 24th. So we're still going to keep it on March 5th. I don't think the citizens care that we do that grand event on a day other than our actual date. So we are planning on at least one event per month throughout the year, and I'm trying to get one of our departments knows a clearer understanding of when the temple anticipates having their open house. Is it going to be in fall of 24? Is it going to be in 25? Do we know? Does anyone know? Okay. We'd love to have that be a kind of a culminating event if possible, but happens in 2024. But yeah, there you go. You got that direct phone line?
Well, interestingly, the Saratoga Springs Temple was actually done several months ago, but they had
that's true.
Exterior infrastructure issues that carried it over to this spring. So
Yeah.
hopefully everything will stay on track and smooth, no delays. So that could hopefully be a reality.
That's true. Regarding the tree board that I serve on with wonderful citizens of the community, Arbor Days is coming up on April 28th. It's a Friday. It's at 5:30 p.m. It's going to be in the community center this year instead of at the park. We froze to death last year at the park. So we have it scheduled for indoors at the community center and invite anyone to come for that. We do have vouchers to give away and lots of giveaways, so it's a community of effort, free hot dogs and drinks, and encourage everyone to come for that. As we've mentioned a few times, that our goal over this year and next year is to have 1,000 trees identified that are being planted in our community. And with the temple, I think we'll achieve that. I think they're going to probably be a couple hundred trees in and of themselves, but Heath is working on a tracking system for that so that we can get our residents to let us know when they do plant a tree. Is there anything else, Heath, that you want to comment on that regarding that tracking system, or?
No, it'll go up this week, but I'll make
Okay.
everybody knows
Okay,
how to do
great,
it.
excellent. So 5:30 on the 28th, if anybody wants to come and participate in our Arbor Day celebration. That's all I have.
Thank you, Daryl. Mike?
Thank you. Well, nothing earth-shattering or specific except, again, I want to thank Public Works for the snow removal. You make us look good with our neighbors, that's for sure, and with my own wife. The other morning, she was asking me rather emphatically, you think they'll get up here and do our roads? And I said, well, you do know that there's a priority, that the main roads, the thoroughfares and so forth. I said, but I would be a little surprised if they got up here with everything going on. But it wasn't 15 minutes after I said that, and she says, did you make a call? And I said, well, of course I did. And the neighbors are also very appreciative, so thank you. We know that's a monumental effort on your part, so. I have had some citizens reach out, and I should probably know this, I just haven't taken the time to look at the road improvement map for this coming year, but you did up in our neighborhood last year. I'm just wondering what the status is going to be on 140 and, say, 910 East and 140 North. Is there anything happening up in there that you're aware of?
Not this year, it's gonna be on the following year.
It'd be the following year, okay, all right. Again, I could have looked that up, but I just been a little bit busy right now, but, okay, all right, I'll pass that on too. I also noticed with interest, our storage units that are just to the north of what used to be Fazari's. I'm not sure what they are now, but they seem to be really going up at a quick pace, and sure those will be nice once they're done. I think we ended up with a better mousetrap there than what we originally had approved in terms of the ownership of those, individual ownership. So that looks like that's coming along well. Again, not much going on with the transfer station. We have a few little issues we're working out, but we've got our budgets all worked out. We're functioning like a well-oiled machine, and nothing really serious. And I think really that's all I have to report.
All right, thank you so much. Go ahead, Van.
All right, thank you. Hearing lots of appreciation on the dumpsters for the spring cleanup. How often are we dumping them? Because they seem to be full all the time.
We confirmed Matt Neer and Paul Miller from Public Works. They're checking those daily, and they are scheduled to be dumped daily. And so Saturday, we know they filled up fast. They went out, they said they'll bring up a tractor and compress and push stuff down. But the plan is for daily dumping.
All right, and I know Saturday was the first day, and there would have been a
They always
surge.
fill up fast,
So very appreciative, and people are wanting to use them, so, and if asked to be more, I would encourage that. We do have the Provo River Water Users Association meeting. I guess that's for Ross to know too. They're part of the ones that turn on the water. We don't control when that comes on. I'm actually unavailable that day. I know Juan will probably plan to attend. You can either attend in person or online in that particular one.
Remind me again, Van, when was that again? Sorry, you probably said that.
April 27th, that's a Thursday at 10 a.m.
April 27th, that's a Thursday, you said?
I know there's voting that occurs, but we're
I likely
a nothing vote.
Yeah, I likely could cover that for you if that would be helpful.
I teach a class on Thursdays. I was thinking.
All right, so maybe send him the link where you can
Information.
go in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
This is Appreciate One Day.
Oh, yeah. You don't have that much time.
Glad he's here.
So attended the Hollow Water Irrigation Company meeting. And we'll just tell you the way Juan conducts that, the way he listens to people, the way he addresses issues. That's almost a fun meeting to go to now. I'll leave it there for those of you that might know the history. And do plan to go to the league meetings this week, so, and that's it.
On that note, Ben, I'm not I'm the only member of the elected officials who's not going to be able to attend, so you guys bring back a bottle of sunshine each for me. That is your goal, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Anything. Bring me back something fun
Right.
from the league. I'll be here covering the bases and whatever I need to do. For our emergency management and our CERT, I got a nice little email from Kelly, and I'll ask Juan to fill in here at the end, but she has said that at Pheasant Brook, we filled 6,000 sandbags. 600. Oh, 600. Well, could we just say 6,000?
She tells it better than
A
you.
zero.
Apparently. Apparently, I didn't have my glasses on when I was reading her email. But we've got 4,800 empty ones. She acquired them, 4,800 empty ones. Thank you for putting that up. She's also accumulated hours in the amount of, it would be equivalent of $7,186 that would go towards a grant if we had an emergency. So she's doing a good job in tracking all of the volunteers that come, which does have a dollar amount tied to it. So we're grateful for that. The council has received some notifications here and there of a little bit of flooding concerns and worries, but I will ask Juan to fill us in on any, not only the council, but the public at large, of any potential things that are coming up, things to watch out for. But as he's gathering his thoughts on that, just as I talk to members in other communities, we are doing a great job. And I am so grateful for everything that not only Kelly, but Juan's department is doing. So if you'll fill us in on that, Juan, if you have anything that you can.
So, Paul Miller, he's our stormwater superintendent. He actually drives the Highline Road. It's on the bench daily, and kind of monitors the debris basins on Dry Creek, and then he kind of drives that whole road. On what was that day? Thursday evening, he noticed some water that you could see from the city with your eyes. That there was this run of water just coming down one of the washes there. And then he just kind of went over there and he found a little spring that it's actually in Pleasant Grove that belongs to Mr. Ken Millett. And it was overfilling, and it was, if you can picture a fire hose was coming out that was spilling over the embankment and then just kind of traveling through the hillside. And it was traveling right towards those houses where Adam is kind of pointing the mouse. We just said to err on the side of safety. We contacted the homeowners. Adam put out a notification for that neighborhood through Everbridge. Kelly quickly notified the block captain, the CERT block captain, and by dusk, they already had bags set up there. I kept meeting with Pleasant Grove people and the property owners, and the decision was to create a ditch or a channel rather than the water coming directly down from the hillside, to spread it out and then make it go along that way. The property owners worked it out themselves. By the next day, you couldn't see any water coming down that same wash, and the spring was going down. So it was where we thought it was just gonna get bigger, it actually disappeared. And today I drove with Neil Winterton, which is the Public Works Director for Pleasant Grove, and visited the Battle Creek detention basin and the one over to the north. Can't remember the name of that one. Grove Creek. And those are massive detention basins. And they have a way of metering how much water, all that water from those two basins end up in the main ditch that goes right through the city on the south side over by where Phil Brown lives. That main ditch is the one that usually, when we get a big rainstorm, kind of
Elevates a little bit.
Yeah, blows the banks and things. So he explained to me how they meter, so they don't put all the water from the runoff. They actually have it metered down to just allow a certain amount of water that does not exceed what we can carry down our ditch. The bigger problems that we see is in the summer with the thunderstorms, where the water is actually falling on the city, on the roads, that gets collected in there. So we feel very good about how big those basins are and how well it's being metered. When the water comes up, you can see on the side that water has come up about 6 feet, and then it's just doing this, but it has about 40 feet depth. So we have plenty of capacity, and if there is an overflow, then there is a way of putting that water in the PRA aqueduct and send it to Salt Lake. So Neil Winterton put me at ease. I was kind of questioning how their response was for the snow melt, and I think we're in good shape. And he has people monitoring that daily as well.
Thank you so much, Juan. And I'll encourage our citizens to stay alert and vigilant, help each other out, help the city by helping each other out, help themselves out, and to stay close to all of our alerts, and whether on social media or a city website, right?
On another one that I have is on the border with Orem.
Okay,
Orem went and placed some barricades that are sitting on the side of the road. So if there's any water leaving the Dry Creek Basin,
okay.
the water will come down Denali Road, and when it hits
I've seen those.
200 and 2000 south, the road kind of levels very fast. So
Will they move one of those Jersey berries over in front of that driveway that I've seen that they've left that
Right.
open?
So the plan is to move those Jersey berries to about a third of the road from the north, place
send it
that
down
and
the
make a turn, and then we still have traffic being able to make the turn, and then just kind of guide that water down the hill. And then as it comes down the hill, we have other detention basins with multiple inlets, and we'll just keeping the water in that steep hill.
Okay.
As it gets into State Street, all the water should be absorbed.
I sure appreciate your department.
Chris Shirkey and Orem are the ones that are leading that effort, because all the water will come and flood the people on
On the Orem side.
On the Orem side, so we're being vigilant.
Yes.
People are coming to get sandbags. We tell them we're expecting a cool spring, the way it's been, that we get a hot day and then we get a couple cool days, and just to protect themselves if they feel that there is a need. But we filled out 600 bags at the Hollow Park. They filled 600 bags at the Pheasant Brook, and I drove by Pheasant Brook today, and all the bags are gone. So somebody came and got them, and then I have an extra 1,000 sitting at Public Works.
Correct.
Ready to
We're
be
so
loaded.
appreciative of you, and
Yeah.
Thank
A
you
lo-
for
a lot
being-
of, a lot of great volunteers. It's
Yeah.
amazing
Yep.
what the response is. So.
Take care of yourself and your neighbors and help out your cities. And then
That's right.
our citizens are doing that. As far as our youth council goes, we had a swim party last week, and it was a very successful, kind of almost an end of our time with the youth council. Ivana gave a wonderful slides presentation, from what I understand. I was not able to attend, but great time. We've been doing interviews this last week with our potential new candidates. We will continue a few more on Wednesday, the last 3. What a great bunch of kids that give a lot of service to our country, to our community, and we're so grateful for those who are participating in that and looking forward to a new group. We have, at least 3 that are rollover. Yeah, and so some good knowledge coming forward on that. Also, our youth council did a, what do I want to say? Oh, they went to the senior center and did a Price is Right. They did some visiting with the seniors, and they loved that. I got a lot of compliments from both the seniors and from the youth. The time spent with the senior citizens was a really fun time, and to figure out what prices were from the 50s to current times was a lot of fun. Speaking of the senior center, we had a great time. I know the mayor was there with me for the Easter brunch on the 31st. They had a wonderful breakfast provided by Maccabee Fresh, and also we were entertained by Mixed Nuts. Was that the name of the group? Was that Carolyn? Anyway, a really fun group.
Oldies and goodies.
Yeah, oldies,
Music.
some really old music from the early part of the 1900s to more. I don't want to say current, but current for the demographic that was there with them, and so we had a wonderful time. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Powell. All right, yes, the staff has been incredibly busy, community's been busy. Thank you, everyone, for just trying to be ahead of the 8 ball on different issues, and it was really great to see all the people that came out for the sandbagging, and it's not only are we looking ahead, but it's building a lot of really great community rapport too, and neighbors getting to know one another and look out for each other. So appreciate that advice from Councilmember Powell as well. We also just had a social with our planning commission. That was really great. We're able to talk about some of the policies and things that have come out of this last legislative session from the Capitol Hill. And there's significant bills coming out that constantly continue to chip away at local authority, local zoning, local control, taxing. So it's very much a top-down trying to react. Staff is going to have to work quite some time to kind of wrap their arms around what things in our code are going to have to kind of get cleaned up a bit. I don't know if there's anything that our council, Brian Hawes, would like to share in regards on, what you're looking at as the most significant things for those that missed that, or for the public to know.
I'm not ready tonight to do that. I'm going through and preparing a legislative update, and going through and seeing exactly what we need to. I'm honestly, only about a quarter of the way through that.
It was a lot.
There
Yes.
was a lot that was passed this year.
All right, wonderful, thank you. All right, that will conclude, and then I'll just turn over now to item number 5. That concludes our council reports, our administrator's report.
You have that in your staff report. The one item I just want to bring to your attention, Orem City Fire Department is going to be more proactive in doing business inspections for fire prevention services. They do have a fee, depending on the type of business and the size, of $130 to $350 for that annual inspection. They are directly going to be invoicing the businesses through their contract with Gold Cross Ambulance. So if you hear from anybody in the public that says, hey, the fire department showed up and they are doing these inspections and they're assessing us or they're sending an invoice, that is a legitimate thing. This is part of our contract, is that they would do these types of annual inspections that is required by the fire code. But they haven't been able to get around to as many businesses as they have hoped, and they're ramping that up. So in addition to that, the city, as we were looking at our fee schedule, we've adopted Orem's fees right from their own fire fees and things, and so they are direct applying their own fees. As we've looked at our business license fees, Mike and his staff in community development, we've done some comparisons with some neighboring entities. We have not updated our city business license fees in any way that I know of for probably 15 or 20 years. And we feel like we, at some point, we'll need to justify why we're charging what we're charging. We don't have a good basis on that right now. And so we will be using some funds from the Community Development Department to contract with Lewis Young, Robertson, and Birmingham, our financial consultants, and they'll be performing a business license analysis and fee study. And once we have that finalized here in the next couple of months, we'll bring that to the City Council for your review and see if there's any changes that need to be made. So just wanted to give you a heads up. It was related to this topic, and that is all I have, Mayor.
Okay, wonderful. All right, we're moving on to the approval of the minutes. This is agenda item number 6. In reviewing those, do anyone on the council have any changes or additions for Kathy?
I didn't have any changes. I'll make a motion, Mayor.
You.
If no one has any changes or approval, I move to approve the minutes for the March 20th, 2023 regular city council meeting and the minutes from the budget kickoff on February 23rd, 2023.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Powell, seconded by Councilmember Vanchery. Any other further discussion? Okay, we'll bring it to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we have our minutes approved. And then we move on to item number 7. This is our consent agenda. These are items that don't require public comment or discussion, and they can be approved by a single motion. So we'll, again, turn this over to our administrator.
Yeah,
for the presentation?
3 items, fairly administrative in nature, contract renewal for Everbridge Communication Services. Utah County actually is the clearinghouse for this, and then all the cities contract with the county. We get better pricing, and so we have an assessment based on population there. And then the Arbor Day proclamation, and then Provo River Water Users Association license agreement. This is for the park benches along the Murdoch Canal Trail by the temple site, so.
Just a quick question on our 2,000-plus assessment on the Everbridge. That is only for our city, and then it's not for the county one that, okay, thank you, Brian. Brian's nodding his head behind you. Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
I'll make a motion. I move to approve the consent agenda items as presented.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Magalby. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we have approved the consent agenda items. Moving on to item number 8. This is our review and action of the Lindon Elementary PTA Park Tax Mini Grant revision presented by our Parks and Rec Director and Cruise Director of all things wonderful and amazing in Lindon, Heath Bateman.
Thank you, Council. So by way of a little bit of a history, the park tax, besides what we know that it's coming up for the election, looking back, one of the first groups when we instituted the park tax mini grant, one of the first groups was the PTA for Lindon Elementary. I'll bet you they've received at least 8, maybe 9 mini grants. And I noticed you over there today and Councilmember Magalby over at the elementary school today. They have done a lot of good with mostly musical instruments and arts instruments. So they have been greatly, not only are they a great supporter of the park tax, but they've been greatly blessed by these little mini grants.
And
in
they
that
have a
school.
big poster right in the foyer lobby.
Did you
so-
notice that?
And then in the children's music presentation, the teacher did acknowledge
Oh, good.
the grant. from the
Every
city park tax.
ukulele and all that stuff have the stickers on it, so what a great use for that. Now, fast forward to now, they've come to me because of the situation with the school. The new principal over there has closed their art garage. And originally, they had applied for some, what do you call those, Chromebooks to use in the art garage to start even some 3D printing and other things. But with the school not knowing which way to go, the PTA is kind of backed up and kind of thrown a little bit at me here. And they've asked if they might be able to realign that to do, like in your council report, possibly 2 things, but at least one thing with the current $8,000 grant for the sum of $2,398.84. Marty Weber has worked tirelessly on this, and I think she was on the first park tax grant. She wrote the first park tax grant for us and has continued on. So I feel confident that they're not wasting money, tax money. They're really trying their very best. So the current needs, you can see in the top section, a button making machine, paper cutter, teaching easel, some things to really go towards the closing of the elementary if that happens, depending on what the school district decides. I guess we won't know for a couple of days, right? And that
We'll know tomorrow.
Tomorrow, that's
So
right.
Heath, quick question. There have been some new developments that I'm going to share with the council on a later agenda item. We're discussing the ASD
Right.
board meeting tomorrow night. And it may not be that Lindon is closing,
That's the
at least
rumor
this
I've heard,
fall.
yeah.
Would they like to set up a situation, I apologize, I should have reached out to you prior to now that you're presenting. Would they like to have like an option A or an option B, or do they have to be kind of all in on one track? Based on what we vote tonight, could they have trigger one or the other depending on how that
Absolutely.
goes?
I think so, Mayor. What her ask was is gone away. So the need for the Chromebooks is not a need anymore. So I think she's looking at this ask as a and B.
Okay,
The first part she'd like to do, and then if the school stays open, she'd like to continue with the second part. And if you saw the pottery over there, a lot of this is kiln related, and all those kids have those pieces in the kilns, annealing and making that. So that's what she would like. She would like to ask for $2398.84, And then if the school stays, she'd like to ask for 5,559.76 for kiln tools to increase that in our program.
Do you know, and we don't know what the school district's going to do, but it may be open for just one more year.
Right.
Is a possibility. How do these items, what happens to them if it is closed in a year?
Yeah, and you know, she's got a kiln there, and they don't at Rocky Mountain, but we have not spent a lot of time with that art teacher because we don't run at Rocky Mountain where, well, except for the recent changes where the kids might end up going to school. Using it either two ways, starting a program at Rocky Mountain with their PTA, or actually donating them back to the city. Maybe we could start a program with, we don't have a kiln, we could get one. We have classroom 1, 2, and 3. We could do small programs and maybe put a kiln on the patio or something. That's what her hope was, that they would maybe come back to the city for city use.
That would be great.
Can you do that
Yeah.
with the grant money?
I don't know. I guess we'd have to ask Brian on that.
I'd have to look closely, but I think we could do that. I think we could work that language that there's a default, yeah.
It's not certainly not the school, it's the PTA, but if they close, then they've got assets that they need to give back. That was what Marty Weber had hoped. She's actually at the art night. She was gonna help present this with me and answer any questions, but I think I have pretty good understanding where we need to be.
Okay.
Are there any questions or anything that I might be able to answer?
All right, thank you.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the Lindon Elementary PTA Park Tax Mini Grant revision as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Magalby, seconded by Councilmember Hoyt. Any further discussion? All right, we'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it
Thank
is
you.
passed. Thank you.
This is, just as a little reminder, this is currently funded, so I'll be back in a couple of weeks with next year's park tax
Okay, wonderful.
applications.
Thank you so much. All right, this is agenda item number 9. This is also a review and action. It's the bid award for the cemetery building. And we'll have this presented by Adam.
Yeah, we do
Okay.
have,
And I don't know if, Juan, you're needing to come forward, or?
we'll see if I need their help
Okay.
here. So Juan Garrido, our Public Works Director, and also our cemetery sexton, and then Alex Roylance is here, our facilities manager. And so both of them have helped out a lot on this, and Alex has handled all the bidding out and everything of it and some of the plan preparation. So they both done a lot of work. So in our budget, we didn't really have a good handle on how much this was going to cost. What we included in the budget as a placeholder was $250,000, with the hope that it would come in around $350 or less. That's what we were thinking. Maybe it'll be in that range. So this is higher than we anticipated. However, there were a lot of bidders on this, and so we feel like this is a good number given today's economic building climate, and a good time frame. They had a shorter window. Bailey Builders at $486,000. However, that number did give us some pause, and so compared to what we had hoped to, Juan and Alex actually met with Bailey Builders and looked at some options for possible cost reductions with them, given their bid number. A couple things I want to run past you tonight. Originally on the masonry, there was a split-faced block that was proposed in some areas. It's cheaper for us if we were to move that to a smooth face. And then on some other issues as far as the roofing, there was a metal seamless roof that was proposed. Going to an asphalt roofing would save some money there. Some of the finishes on the back side of the building also we wanted to show you. So just to kind of orient you again on where this is being located. So within the current phase of the cemetery, we have some dirt and sand stockpiles that are kind of in the southwest corner, if you're familiar with the cemetery. The building will be located in that general spot. Utilities will be stubbed in from the cul-de-sac to the south, This is currently owned by Allen College and his son. And we've worked with them once, done quite a bit of effort to try to secure an easement for these utilities, which, do we have a signed easement now?
Signed easement is being recorded.
Great. And so that's been some effort there. On the back side of that building, this is 10 feet from what will become a masonry wall at some point, we think. And so a masonry fence. I wanted to just show you the elevation. So this is the back side of the building that would just be within that 10-foot area, not really visible or usable space to the public. We would like to remove some of this, hardy board decorative finish that's on that back wall, and that will save some funds. On the front and sides,
What would be there instead?
it will be the block. So it will be, the block is actually behind this backer board. So it says here, if I,
10 feet behind it will be the solid
Masonry wall.
masonry wall,
so it says the Durarock board and batten over block. And so we would like to just remove that. I didn't feel like there's any visibility really there for the public to even see that.
Are we gonna paint the block, or is it just gonna be the?
Natural gray.
Exterior block, we're planning on getting a colored block, so it won't just be gray, we'll have a colored block, so
What color are you thinking?
probably a tan.
Brown.
Yeah, tan to brown color.
Around the front, there is a small office area. If I go to the floor plan, just as a reminder, so we had a small office, covered entryway, and then a deeper garage where we can pull in some equipment, a public bathroom that will be available year-round, and so it will be heated and available for use. And then on the side here, we had looked at these concrete storage bins for the sand and dirt. Part of this original proposal was to include a metal roofed area over this to help keep that material dry so that it's not muddy when they go and pick that up.
or frozen in the winter once. it
Or
gets
frozen.
wet.
So this is kind of a lean-to open air, but it has a roof over it. In part of this page here in the document, Juan, to his credit, is trying to save money wherever he can and had asked to pull that out and thought we could do that at a future date. I'm giving you my opinion is that I don't think this is gonna get cheaper in the future. I think this is gonna be something as if we're here, we're mobilized and putting this in, my recommendation would be to keep that in. So there's some things that we feel like we can do in working with Bailey Builders. They seem open to try to save some costs for some of these things we've discussed. What we would like to ask of the city council tonight is to approve the low bid in the amount of that $486,000, knowing that we will pare back several tens of thousands off of that. But that allows us to continue to refine our final project here with Bailey Builders, not to exceed that dollar amount. And that will be our placeholder. And so what that exact dollar is, we believe it will be close to this 433 for Bailey Builders, and then we have actually
30,000
for excavation. There's another, so we may be even around the 465-ish range when we're done with this. So,
Adam,
Alrighty.
remind me the need here. We want this to park our tractor. What's the need? Remind me.
I'll let you speak to that, Juan. Is that okay?
So, right now, we have our backhoe that we park at Public Works. The backhoe does 95% of its work at the cemetery. So we'll be just saving the time that we have every time that we have a project over there. And then we would also, we're closer to where a leak happens. We don't have to go all the way to the shop and get the backhoe. We have a dump truck over there available. And
The bathrooms are a big part of this. So right now we're putting out an ADA portable toilet during the summer season, And that's obviously not there in the wintertime, and so we do have funerals happening year-round, and so there's right now during the wintertime, and there is not a restroom available at the cemetery. So I think that would be a big benefit to those that are patrons at the cemetery.
We have right now the storage container right there. We keep some of the big plates that we use so we don't ruin the headstones, as we usually use about 10 to 12 when we have a burial that is far in. And we're just right now using that container. We also have a Kubota tractor we inherited from the Parks Department that is used to do all the cleanup on a weekly basis, picking up the flowers type thing. The storage, you know, we have a couple loads of sand, and then as the dirt bin fills, then we just come and scoop it and throw it away.
Would you remind us again, the source of funding? You said we had 250.
We put as a placeholder in the current budget, 250,000 of general
So
fund.
is the additional funds, would that be coming out
Would
of
be
the
general fund.
general fund? Okay,
Yeah.
that's,
So there on before we raised the fee for the cemetery, we were selling about 120 to 130 lots at $1,300 each. You know, so the cemetery brings quite a bit of money every year. And the only thing we've taken out is for mowing the lawn and
130 a year that we're selling?
the past 2 years.
1,300,
We sold
isn't it 1,300 a year?
no,
Oh, you did
$1,300.
130 volume.
130 for
Volume.
$1,300 each.
$100 a piece, yeah.
Right.
They're selling 130?
That's not interments, that's
That's the
plots.
sale of the
Plots.
plots.
Themselves, yeah.
That's a lot, that's way more than I
Well, and
thought
that's what I
it
was gonna ask. We don't have to, there's gonna be no need for us to raise because I know we just went through that exercise a year or so
The
ago.
only thing that will make us raise our rates is if our neighbors raise their rates higher, and then everybody still
We
come.
become the low cost.
It's the cheap,
Yeah.
cheap
And
place to
we're
go.
trying to keep the rate the same for residents and non-residents, but then just make the difference
on an
Yeah, we don't want
interment.
people poaching our
on the actual
Interment.
internment. Yeah.
interment. Gotcha.
And how many total do we have on phase one? How many total?
We had 2,700, and we're at about 72% sold.
Oh, wow. And then we have the other, the extra.
We're, which is
A
an
lot of
area
sense,
about
yeah.
1 1/3 times the size of what we have right now, so. So this year, my hopes was to build a building. We have it in the budget for next year to do an actual plan to construct the next phase, and then in 2024, 2025, do the expansion. Because,
It will be a beautiful, in my opinion, a beautiful addition to our lovely little cemetery. Our cemetery is 30 years old almost, or,
Yeah, it
Wait,
was
you're-
built in the 90s.
Early 90s, yeah.
okay, and it's about time, in my opinion. We have one of the most beautiful monuments, I think, and so to have this complement of this, I don't call it a sexton house, basically, because it's down at Public Works, your actual sexton. A few years ago, about 10 years ago, I went on a trip, and then within 4 days, we hit 10 cemeteries, a girlfriend and I. And so I got to see a lot of this. This is going to be a beautiful addition if we're able to do this to our city.
So the Sexton office down at Public Works, what's the office in this building going to be utilized for? How often do you think it'll be utilized?
That's a question. When are we gonna have if the Parks Department wanted to venture out here and use that shop as an expansion, that could be an office for parks. The sexton, I have my office over there. Denise handles all the sales. What she's usually doing right now is, we actually have our cemetery website that people can actually go with their phone and log in and see
It's very
where the
easy to
available
use.
lots are, and then you can zoom in closer and see who's buried where. So we are able to do a lot of the sales from over here. As far as this office, it's just, I don't know if we can later.
When the cemetery expands, it's kind of just laying some infrastructure that
I
it'll
agree.
get utilized. You know, American Fork Cemetery is where our family has a lot there, and you end up, when you get to a certain critical mass of individuals that have been buried there, there's families coming looking for records, there's, you know, the new burials, so it's very conceivable that, you know, before too long, there could be some on-site staffing.
We have had
So-
people in the past ask to meet our staff out there as they're looking at plots, and so this would be an indoor location that they could go and discuss in some of that. And so the other aspect to interments that Juan hasn't mentioned, so our own employees, as they go out and are there, particularly on weekends when they're not able to go back and forth, it's a 2 to 2.5 hour wait. And so they're there in a vehicle or trying to run around the city, do other things. And so having a place that they can hopefully get some additional work done, that would be helpful while they're waiting there on site. But also obscuring the equipment that's there and getting that pulled out of the way just to keep that visually nicer. But in the past, I think our technology has changed. Van probably remembers he was looking to fundraise this 10 years ago, and man, I wish we would have done it. But this has been discussed for a long time. The office use, I think it's a little bit of a TBD on what exactly that will be used for, but several options.
We have some decorations that we keep in public works that we have to bring them back and forth, so it'll probably be a place we can do some storage to make it nice and still use it as an office.
Mark this day and mark it well. You ask for cost cuts and we say, spend it. It makes sense that you'd go ahead and do because it's not gonna get any cheaper.
And the cemetery, like we say, we have the potential with all the plots of, if we keep selling 100, that's
A bit of a revenue.
change.
Yeah, it's
Is there an enterprise fund that those revenues go into, or do they go directly into the general fund?
Their general fund right now, the cemetery is under the general fund umbrella, and so.
Cool.
That's good.
And I know some
Beautiful
neighbors will
cemetery.
appreciate the containment of the loose dirt and, because when it gets windy, that can catch and kind of blow across, so.
Right, yeah, we have
Very
a
good.
neighbor that lives just on 200 East, and the first few months that I was there, he came to the office, says, I'm tired of all this mud being tracked in front of my house.
Yep.
Because we didn't have that area paved where we have the storage. And, within a couple months, we had it paved, and he came back to my office and says, thank you. So he was appreciative of the things we were doing at the cemetery. Alex, you happy?
Yeah.
About this?
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say, when I was in Springville, I was over the cemeteries as part of my job there. And at both cemeteries, we had small offices, and they were often used on interment days for the families to meet with the sexton, or even to just have a place to
And
meet
it's
together,
really
especially in
cold
bad
and-
weather,
yeah.
where they could get in. And so it will be used even if we don't have an employee that's there. It's a usable space that will be appreciated.
Seems like there's more funerals in cold weather than warm weather. Does that happen at the cemetery? Is it
Yeah.
You
more
remember
used?
them more.
Usually winter time is
Always
our.
cold.
December and January are usually your higher months.
One Saturday, 2-3 weeks ago, we had 3 at the same time going. 3 very nice.
I'd like to take this moment to pitch any employee that's worked for the city for 10 years gets a half off a plot. I really think we should do that.
Is that how you're gonna get them to move here?
Yeah, exactly. It's entice our employees.
Can you just put that in as a retirement package?
I like it.
Question for you, because I love
Have a
plans.
watch, right?
Yeah,
How are we heating and cooling this? What are we doing?
so the main garage has natural gas, and then the bathrooms and the office.
Yeah, they'll
the
just have
electric baseboard.
some electric wall unit in the bathrooms, and then they'll have one of those units that hangs from the ceiling and cools.
Little
it.
heater
So,
cool?
yeah.
Do we need a drinking fountain in that kind of alcove as you go into the restrooms?
That kind of got tossed back and forth, and I think the concern was with drinking fountains, one, they're hard to winterize when you've got an outside drinking fountain on an outside wall.
Or does it go in the office or something?
Yeah.
I picked the alcove because the plumbing's right there.
Yeah, and then Heath's experience with some of our drinking fountains on some of the restrooms in the parks is they get vandalized a lot. So we took that off for now, but we will have pipes there. It wouldn't be hard to add one in the future if we needed to do that.
In the office could be nice, yeah.
and a hose bib for people to put water on their own plants that they do, which,
We will have, I think we have some secondary
Oh.
spigots that can go, that is hooked up to the sprinkler system, so there'll be a few, I think there's 2 of them right now.
already there.
Is that a 5-foot, or was it on this left side of the restrooms?
Sidewalk?
The sidewalk that's on the
Outside
outside?
the restroom, it's usually
6 foot.
6 foot, I couldn't see it, thank you.
anyway.
All right. Thank you so very much for that information and all these extra great ideas as well, and helping us see this will be a wonderful amenity. All right, so
I'd be happy to make
this
a
is
motion.
an action item. Yes, thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the bid award for the cemetery building for the low bidder Bailey Builders as presented.
All right, do you want, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, pointed to you, Mike. All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Powell, seconded by Councilmember Vanchery. Any further discussion? It was as presented. Any further discussion about looking into drinking fountain now or later?
Well, I think they already said they're going to look
Okay.
at that and figure out.
It'll probably be fit
Presented
within the placeholder amount because you're finding some savings there. So,
Right.
okay, very good. All right, I'll take it to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, very good. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thanks.
And just a comment as a contractor, the low bidder to the second bidder, and that's a tight bid.
It is
That's
a
a
tight
really
bid.
tight bid.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, we're on to item number 10. This is also a review and action bid award for the Lindon City General Concrete Services.
Yeah, so I've included here, this was an email from Trent Andrus. He's our staff engineer that works at Public Works with Juan and Noah. And we had actually sent out a request for proposals for general concrete services throughout the city. What we found is on our street maintenance projects, we have an asphalt contractor that's typically then subbing out ADA ramps or some small curb and gutter work that we feel some of those prices get escalated, and so it's not their forte. And so what we would like to do in the future is utilize this general services contract, and they've submitted specific pricing on their work, and then we did have several bids from different companies, and we would like to award this low bid to RC Enterprises. And just for clarification, this was not the lowest amount that came in. However, with this other bid, there were some concerns with some of their experience and past work product that Public Works Engineering, after they had investigated this, is recommending that RC Enterprises actually be awarded this bid as the lowest responsible bidder. And so that language was in our bid documents that we could look at different things for that bid selection. Anything additional you want to bring up to that one?
No, the advantage of doing this, I'll just sit down over here. The advantage of doing this kind of work is that we can get ahead of the road maintenance projects. Right now, the concrete has to be done first and then the asphalt. And a lot of the times, the contractor that we have selected is running way behind. So our road project gets, for example, for last year, we're actually finishing some of the projects here in the next month or so. So this way, we're able to get it at a better price and be able to get ahead on those road projects. So when we come in, I think it's a great move. We're saving a ton of money and expedite the
Forward
work.
thinking, yes. Thank you. All right, any further questions from council?
Well, how does, again, budget-wise, how does that stack up? Do we just take money that we would have been putting into road construction contracts and sort of shifting that over?
Yeah, so it's part of the same, we have a plan of what roads to do.
Oh, yeah.
And then we'll be able to do the same projects, so it's a reduced cost.
That's great. That's great. Good thinking. Okay.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we
Please do.
approve bid award for Lindon City General Concrete Services contract to RC Enterprises LLC as presented.
Second. Oops, sorry.
Oh,
And
all right.
And Jimmy's making the call. He's playing. He's
We
playing
have a
ref.
motion by Councilmember Hoyt, seconded by Councilmember Broderick. All right, any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it is unanimous. Thank you so much. That'll be great. Okay, item number 11, we're cruising through here. This is wonderful because we've got a ways to go on the agenda. So this is, item number 11 is also a review and action for the Central Utah Water Conservancy District Memorandum of Understanding for Provo River Aqueduct Connection.
So we've talked about this in the past. Provo River Water, I'm not going to say this, the Provo River Aqueduct, PRA, is something that is just, let me pull up a map, that's going to be easier.
It's in the Murdoch Canal
Yeah, most-
alignment.
Yeah, most people think of it as
Buried
the Murdoch Canal.
Underneath the
Provo
Murdoch
Aqueduct.
Canal. So the Murdoch Canal Trail, underneath that is that aqueduct. What we are looking at is the North Union Canal is further down the hill from the Murdoch Canal Trail is this route right there. And below that is the North Union Canal. We are looking at creating a connection between the PRA and the North Union Canal right here on 400 North. And so we would tie in at this point and then run down to the North Union Canal is right there behind these homes. That stretch is this project. And so this will enable us to take, we have currently a small amount of water that's already we own and it can be allocated in the PRA. We don't have a way to get it out effectively. And so this connection will allow us to utilize our water. At some point, Juan is currently looking at other ways to get more capacity in the PRA. It's a piped system, so you avoid evaporation loss and some of that seepage and leaking that's going on. At some point in the future, this could enable us to use this as our primary source of water, effectively bypassing a lot of the North Union Canal. And as I zoom out, keep your eye on this spot on 400 North right there. The North Union Canal right now runs all the way down to 800 South in Orem and then turns, and then it turns somewhere through here. It changes into the Provo Bench Canal, and
The Provo Bench starts from the mouth, and we did the tour, remember? It goes all the way from the mouth and all the way to 800 North is the Provo Bench, and then from 800 North in Orem, all the way to Pleasant Grove turns into the North Union.
So it's multiple millions of dollars in potential infrastructure as far as the open ditch that would have to be maintained. If we can get our water primarily at some point in time, I don't know what just happened, there we go, through this new connection, we could save ourselves a lot of money in the long run.
And better service for our residents. Right now, we are, the Provo River Commissioner actually is gonna run the water starting tomorrow. It's allowing us to take the water into the canal, but the canal companies are running behind on the maintenance and cleaning of the actual canal. It's so dirty. And because it was such a long,
Winter.
cold spring, still about 3 weeks ago, it was still full of water. So they have to actually push all that water to some low spots and pump it out. With this connection, we will just be able to say, turn the water on. And within a few hours, we have the water to fill our reservoirs instead
And
of.
we would, in the future, we would not have any responsibility for maintenance or participation in the part of the canal that we'd be abandoning, is that correct?
Right, so that's gonna take us about 2-3 years to
Right.
get all the bugs worked out of abandoning that and making sure we have the capacity in the aqueduct.
Right.
Because we don't wanna abandon the canal. and not
Would you
be-
ever want to keep it as a redundancy at any point?
I don't think so. Just because of
You just
the
surrender the
reason why we
property?
want to do this,
Is because it's the
the
canal is in.
liability, the cost, the leakage, the liability.
And put it out of use and then, yeah.
So two things that are really important to note that Juan has said, this is the connection. This is not to hook into the PRA. It is not the pipe that connects it yet.
Right.
This is just
It's
trying to get
both.
out.
It's both. It's building the,
Is this gonna get the pipe, they'd take it down to 400? I'll be darned, in that amount?
Or that's
Well,
their
no,
contribution?
400,000 is just the grant we're getting from Central Utah.
Have to
We have
match.
780,000 in this year's budget
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
to make
That
it
we hope will.
about 1.2 million on the whole
So
project.
anyway, I was just saying, the
The whole
400
project.
doesn't do the whole
Right, just they
thing.
participate.
And then getting the other capacity out of the PRA.
is the other thing we're working on to trade. We don't want to lose all of our water shares. We want to keep the water, but we also need to acquire that capacity. So we're horse trading with other water agencies to get what we want.
Like you said, though, when that eventuality happens, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, again, what I'm hearing you say is you just turn the spigot on and it's all, infrastructure's there. We've got water in our system and we're good to go.
Yeah, and we have a little bit of it already that we own.
Yeah, we have 1.2 CFS capacity. We need about 13, so we need.
Okay. That's
Another
good news.
dozen.
But
Great.
right now it'll be, if something was to happen to the North Union, that we have to shut it down, we don't have a way to actually
out.
shut it down for 3 weeks while we do a repair. We'll be able to, right now, as it stands, without us having the capacity, we can actually buy the delivery of the water to us. So it'll be that we will ensure we have the water.
So at some point, there'll be some property that is abandoned on the North Union Canal, and that will be sad at one point, but just the memories and whatnot of it. But what a wonderful way to be able to make sure that the evaporation doesn't happen and the seepage. And then we don't have the problem like was brought to our attention today in our public comment section.
This has been a long, complicated thing, and there's lots of things still to work out.
So
If
glad.
those canal companies can still exist, what happens when we leave, it's a dramatic impact
And-
on them.
question, do
We're trying to work with people to make sure that they become whole.
It's a win-win.
If you have a half acre and you're flood irrigating it, those days are just, they're going away. That we do not have the water to do that. In a year like this, maybe, but the last 18 of 20 years, when you're in that severe of a drought, it's just so inefficient.
And I think the other point that Van has made in the past, I have to commend you also, is before metering, this is the kind of project that is so significant in saving and evaporation for water conservation. So it hits quite a few birds with one stone in that.
And
As
Doctor
well.
College is a great example that you can still have a very productive orchard and using drip irrigation. And so I've
Yeah.
been meeting with him and his son Tanner, that he's the one that actually.
Jared?
Tanner will be taking over
Tanner's-
operations.
Not Jared?
Tanner's going to take over operations of
Yeah.
the farm.
So we're gonna tap into him to share his experience because he has gone through the grant processes and we can even offer it to other farmers here in the city, like Mr.
Ross
Right,
Wright.
right.
So he'll be a good one to get started.
Very
Okay.
good. Okay.
Thank you.
Quick, just to bring something to your attention, in the agreement, as you may recall, Central Utah is part of their carrot and stick here with their wise water use. They are asking for Lindon City to adopt and implement citywide water ordinances standards for all new landscaping, including residential. We are working on that with the Planning Commission. This paragraph says that we are working in good faith towards that adoption and implementation. They originally started off with some stronger language, and they feel good about this, and so just wanted to call that out to your attention, that we're agreeing that we're trying to work towards that, so.
Speaking of the stronger language, talking with some of the other mayors, this past week, a comment was made, and I don't know if it's accurate, that maybe some of that strong language was getting softened in some negotiations and some feedback that other communities were giving them. I don't know if that's the
It
case.
could be,
Okay.
their representative is actually coming to a future planning commission meeting
Okay.
and
Very-
going
that
to
would be
explain
great.
some of that, so.
This feels like softer language.
It is,
What
yeah.
we've
Much than
seen
what it
before.
was.
And Adam was very crucial in getting that person to understand and getting us the money.
And to allow this grant to get approved prior to that whole process that could potentially tie it up. So thank you, Adam.
Yeah.
All right. Any further discussion or questions?
If you guys don't mind, I think I would like to make this motion.
Absolutely.
I move to approve the memorandum of understanding with the Central Utah Water Conservancy District regarding the proposed city connection to the Provo River Aqueduct, PRA, and funding provided by Central Utah Water Conservancy District to support this project with a $400,000 contribution as presented.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Powell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that is unanimous, and that's a great infrastructure item to be able to look forward to. Thank you so much.
All right, Mary, it says 20 minutes, you got 8.
Okay, you got it. Uh-oh, you put it on our timer. Oh, no. Okay.
Exactly.
I like it.
When he says
All right, we're on to item number 12. This is a public hearing for a zone change from regional commercial to planned commercial. So I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion to open a public hearing.
Second that.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Hoyt, seconded by Councilmember Powell. All in favor to open a public hearing? Sorry, any opposed? Sorry, I added some words there. All right, we are in a public hearing. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks, ma'am. So you're all, I'm sure, very familiar with this project by this point. That's going in by I-15, the Doug Smith Kia. So previously, I'll just jump straight into the presentation. Previously, prior to summer 2021, this property that's indicated with the black outline was zoned PC1, which is this like lighter tan color that surrounds it. But then in June 2021, a developer came in and he proposed some office warehouse. I'm sure you remember, it's only just recently. And this property, along with this property to the east, was zoned regional commercial to fit in that office warehouse use. As we've been finalizing the site plan process with the Kia dealership, we have run into issues with the regional commercial landscaping requirements. They're much more strict. There's much more requirement there. Specifically, there's a requirement where 25% of the lot is required to be landscaped versus the 20% of the lot that is required with most commercial zones, so like the PC1. That's about 15,000 square feet of area, mostly in interior landscaping. I'll pull up a site plan here, kind of what it would look like with an RC regional commercial designation. So as you can see, there's this is just to make up that number, that 25% number. There's these little 2-foot curbs with small amounts of landscaping that really probably couldn't survive in that area, and this large area as well, as long as some large landscaping areas next to the building. So while this zone change is going to mean that Kia can put in less landscaping, they're going to put in less landscaping within the interior parking lot, specifically to fit more inventory and vehicle display area. The perimeter landscaping will not be touched. It'll still look good. It'll still feel good for customers coming in, people, driving through Lindon, seeing a beautiful car lot, as beautiful as a car lot can be. I'm sure this one will be amazing, though, for sure.
I have a quick question, Mary. So currently along there, there's the planter strip with the tree-lined streets and grass. Does that count towards their?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's the thing. We
was
did
provided
we
by
did
the RDA years ago.
Yeah. So
Okay.
we counted everything, even down here in this corner. We counted all the landscaping, and it's still just while this plan does fit that 25%. It's just, part of the reason why Doug Smith is moving down here is to have more room. And so, having all of this 25% landscaping requirement really isn't helping them meet that goal of more room. So this zone change is simply to change it from regional commercial back to the PC1, which, as you can see, all the other, I guess, Genesis is PC2, but Hyundai and Lexus across the road our PC1, so it would fit into the surrounding car dealerships. Let's see. So this zone change is consistent with the general plan. It's a general commercial area on the general plan, so it will be consistent. And the Planning Commission did unanimously and quickly recommend approval last Tuesday. Doug Smith, seems like they're planning to be opening early next year. And as you know, you've been here, this entire time, but Lindon City, we have worked hard to bring this business to Lindon. We want to make sure they succeed, and we want to help them succeed while ensuring they do meet the requirements of the Lindon City Code. So this zone change will really help moving that mission forward. Any questions for me or Dave?
Well, welcome, Dave.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here tonight. Anything that you would like to add or clarify here for the council?
I don't think I can explain it better than Mary just did.
Okay.
In fact, I'd like to hire her if you guys ever want to get rid of her. I'm just kidding.
I vote to not approve.
So we can easily make this a not.
I'm just kidding. I don't want to make enemies. I'm just kidding. Yeah, that was well explained. It's space for our business is crucial for more space for more inventory, sell more cars, service more cars. Had we realized, I think we could have realized this a little bit earlier, but yeah, just trying to match up the zoning with the other dealerships to 20%, it makes a big difference.
This makes a lot of sense. Talked to a few planning commissioners, makes sense. I hope it's been an easy process for you.
Yeah.
So excited. I love the sign you guys have put up down there. This is the time of year where the weeds usually start to grow there for the last 20 years, and it looks great. It really does. So really excited about this.
I have a question for you, though. Can you have your trees planted in the year 2024? Count them for our 1,000 goal.
$1,000 initiative, 1,000 tree initiative.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mayor's initiative
Work on
here.
that.
When do you plan on being completed, the facility?
Well, it's a moving target, I think, but I think we're hoping for the early part of next year. So I hope
That'd be great.
this time next year, I hope we'll be up and operating. in business.
Okay, so 100 trees plus Mary.
There we go. All right. Hey.
Throw in
Okay, no way, fired. You are fired.
trees and Mary. No.
There we go.
Third
I like it.
question. I tried to get on the list for a Telluride, but, is that still,
It's pretty high demand.
it's
but,
still a wait list on that?
But
Careful.
we
We
can
can always delay the vote.
Okay, I gotta be.
we can figure
yeah.
something out. We
Might
can
be
figure
something unethical about to happen if I ask anything else.
Patience, just in case.
That's right.
It's gonna look really, really
It's gonna look
nice.
so good.
It's gonna be awesome.
Gorgeous, gorgeous.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're excited. We're very excited.
Any public comment? See none, I'll make a motion.
Oh,
I'll now make a motion to close the public hearing.
okay.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hoyt, seconded by Councilmember Magalby. All in favor to close the public hearing?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right. Any further discussion or questions?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm ready to move, make a motion. I'll move to approve ordinance 2023-4-0, adopting the zone change from regional commercial to planned commercial 1 at 455 South Linden Park Drive as presented.
Very good.
I'll second.
Daryl
Oh,
gets
arm
it.
wrestle.
Daryl has it. Daryl
Arm
has it.
wrestle. I think Mary needs to pick it. All right, you cede to Daryl. All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Hoyt, seconded by Councilmember Magalby. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Crickets, that's totally
All right.
unanimous.
Love it.
Bring it on. We're so
Thank you.
excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary.
All right, that moves us on to item number 13. And Mary, I think you did it. I might have beat at the 8-minute mark. Wow. Swift and effective.
45.
Okay. All right, agenda item number 13. This is our 2023 to 24 fiscal year budget discussion. And we welcome our finance people, Kristen and Chase. Chase is there he's the wingman, I was told tonight. So if you have any hard-hitting questions, he's gonna be.
He's my phone a friend.
Yes.
Okay. All right, you haven't given me a time limit. Right on.
It does say in the packet, 45 minutes.
What do do this in
We
how many
might-
notes, how many minutes, right?
I just realized we have hit our 2-hour mark here, and I apologize. We probably should have asked if anyone needed a quick little recess. I think that might be helpful.
We
Do you
haven't
mind?
opened the public hearing or
Hey,
anything, so, yeah.
let's take a brief 3 to
Yeah.
5 minute recess here, so we all can.
Yeah, it's not a public meeting.
It's just a discussion.
I was looking back, I think I saw it.
The next one is. I think it says public, I'm gonna have to look. I think I wrote it.
Come here.
Which one did you sign up for?
Yeah, because I was like, why is it the public hearing tonight?
I got an email today. I had signed up for the ones that I placed
Sporadically or regularly?
regularly.
I told my wife, she said, that's fine. She said, I've got.
I think it's right after the barbecue,
Perfect.
at the same park.
Oh, it's at the same park too? That works out really nice.
They sent a thing about who had signed up and if you wanted to partner with somebody. You may be stuck with me, or maybe you want to partner with
No,
somebody
I
else.
want, hopefully they'll let me. Did you email them saying you wanted to?
No, when I first signed up, I just signed up. And then I didn't see your name on it, so I didn't know how to say.
You
Can I
spurred it
go
on.
straight to the point?
You did, thank you.
All right, there you go. When she responds, when I get my confirmation, I'll say we're together.
I think this is their first time sponsoring it. I'm curious if they reserve the courts or if they can even can reserve the courts.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think how many they have. I actually just played them.
I'll have it. I'm hoping,
Couple on
talk
board that we hang out
to
with that just put in their own
Steve
court.
Stewart, and so I think he's
Matt Beck,
for sure
who you
going
know,
to. And I
also
wonder if
just put
Cole
in
is. I know that Cole has some of his signs put away, but I don't know of anybody else.
Weeks, whatever it was. My mom just told me, I think yesterday. So.
We'll see what happens, right? I know, before we know, it'll be here.
And Craig Harvey,
Craig next door.
do you know him?
Yeah. He does my insurance for my business. That's what he does. Works for something man. It's a weird name. Herman Man or.
So you know their connections with the parents.
Yeah.
Where are you staying? When you go down?
I was late finding the
Funny,
spot.
they-
It's,
That they bought houses right next to each other.
Yeah, with them, I mean, but with Craig's.
He doesn't have a pool for the family or anything like that, I'm sorry. Oh, that's right, so you're just going down without the fam?
Matt's dad, right? Used to the conviction.
Anytime I
Sure.
see Betty, she comes.
Yeah,
I have to
a
give
long
her
time.
kids a hug every time I see her.
Well, when I checked, well, it was the day before the registration went up, we still had rooms available where you took me on last year, the Abbey Inn or whatever it is now. Oh. They still had several rooms, but I always look for the handicap room when I go by myself. And that way Dave doesn't have to worry about me or whatever that is, but, and I have an aunt there, I could still go, but I don't want to. I barely make it over here. Okay. It's bare minimum. There's no carpet? That's, we go down to our kid's house down in like the Victorville area on the way down to Los Angeles. And there's no carpet in the rooms there at the Hampton Inns or it's just something that they do there and I hate it. I absolutely hate it, but at least we get our own bathroom. I would have to take sogs. There you go.
Would you like a cookie?
A celebration cookie.
We got some fun ones up here. Come check them out. Are you trying to keep your girlish figure ready?
So are you bringing in another Lindon resident?
I'm staying in Lindon, moving in the lab.
Good, good. How'd you meet her?
A friend lined us up. She works at Vineyard Elementary and lives in Vineyard House.
So it was a mutual connection?
I don't know if you know Lori Galletti. Lori Galletti is the principal over at Vineyard Elementary.
Good.
All right.
Hello, how are you today?
All right, shall we call everyone back up to their chairs?
Standing room only.
Going again.
I mean, there is still a few seats, but I'm not really.
I need to come.
So they don't get anything in between. A lot of people don't scroll away over. Yeah, I just sit down out of the way.
Sid Lamone over at PG.
Yeah, Ben goes as well.
She's like,
I didn't see Aces in there. She's a man. This guy's
big time pickleball.
I started
What?
I broke those at that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he's almost. See you later.
Are you done?
What else do we have? He's speaking of future. Budget, wage study.
Do not put it in front of me.
Get behind her,
All your
Satan.
capital improvements.
Trying to be good for this time.
I know.
One bit, and that's it.
There you go.
Question, do you want a cookie? Absolutely.
Yes.
Can you take one?
No.
This is for my wife, just for the record.
All right.
He's
Let's
sticking
get,
to that, too.
okay.
You get to lick your fingers.
All right, we will resume. Thank you, everyone. All right, so we'll move to item number 13. This is a budget discussion, and we will proceed from there.
All right. Okay, so this is our work session, so fire all your questions, let's hash things out so that we can let things settle and tighten up the budget for the future meetings. All right, so we're going to talk about the economy a little bit and fund balances and revenues and expenditures, and off we go. Okay, so this version of the budget is a draft. It's between the tentative and the proposed. The proposed will come back on May 15th. And we've met with department heads, Chase, Adam, and I, to refine the budget requests. And Chase and I were just down in St. George last week, and we got an economic update from an economist that works for Zions Bank. And the consensus seems to be that there is going to be a recession coming. Just don't know how bad it will be, how long it will last. Inflation is continuing but slowing. It's not the drastic increase in inflation that we've had. And so we've got a diverse economy here in Lindon, and so we think that we will see some slowdown, but I think it will still remain healthy. And we've got a new business that it will be opening up next year. We're hoping that all goes well with that. And so we're estimating a 2.5% increase in sales tax and park tax, which is also sales-based, and then the transit tax, which is also sales-based. So the great thing about Walmart and Home Depot is those types of businesses also continue to thrive. Yes. So, yeah, as Mike says, recession-proof. And those are good businesses to have. Let's see, so unemployment is still very low, kind of alarmingly low. Because one of the statistics that he told us on Friday was that for every person out of work, there's 1.6 jobs posted. So that's that's interesting. But so it's not really considered a recession when the unemployment is still so low. So some things that they're continuing to watch. We'll continue to watch the economy, and throughout the whole next year, we'll keep watching as revenues come in and do any budget amendments as needed. So.
I don't know if this is happening with Home Depot, but I read today where Lowe's is slowly beginning to liquidate their inventory in stores with an eye of shutting down. Lowe's.
Oh, Lowe's, yes.
Yeah, shutting down their stores.
Some of them.
Yeah. So, I mean, fortunately, that won't affect us if that does happen, but
Yeah,
still improvement.
Help us.
for us.
I know. I'm
Yeah.
like, where would I go? 'Cause right. I mean, that's where I go now. I'm saying if Home Depot were to do that, I would, because I go there often. In fact, I'm going there tonight or tomorrow morning. Let's see. So looking at fund balances, so even with this budget, we are looking at having a 33% fund balance in the general fund, ending that. And that's actually higher than what we want. That's close to our cap of 35. So, like I said, we are working to refine this.
Last meeting, weren't we at like 34.1 or something? I mean, we were really close last
Yes.
meeting, Brett, to you?
Yep.
Okay.
So next meeting won't be so close.
So this is proposed ending of next fiscal year.
Correct. Yeah.
With everything that's included that we'll talk about tonight.
Correct. Yeah. So yes, this is just to give you a heads up, so you can see this is the end of the story, and then I'm going to go through everything. But you'll see. But just remember that we're going to end. We're projecting to end with healthy fund balances. So, and then this is looking at all of the revenues citywide. So we've got sales tax being a big chunk of that, and utility charges as well, both being together about half of, really close to half of the income for the city.
Can you define miscellaneous a little bit more?
Miscellaneous, it could be grants, it could be, trying to think what would be, let me look at the detail. See.
Interest.
Oh, interest, definitely.
Earnings.
Yep. Any lease revenue, but I don't know that we're, because, right, well, I'm thinking of like proceeds for buying things, like if we have bonding or anything, that would be included in there. Sorry, let me get to the right page here. Okay, and this is citywide. So in the general fund, its interest is the main part of it.
Interest like money that's in the general fund, that's in our reserve, if you will? Is that where the interest comes from?
In the main account, right. So, yeah, so that's interest earnings on the cash on hand that we have. Yep. like grants. And Juan is doing a great job of continuing to get grants for the city.
Is this something that we could circle back to and
Yep.
keep, why
So,
don't we do
yeah,
that?
I'm just, from what I can see, it looks like about 30% interest and then 70% grants, so.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yep. And then also under revenues, I wanted to revisit the utility rate increases that we've been talking about. 3% on water base and usage fees. Sewer is 7% increase on base and usage, and stormwater is 2%. And this is a slide that I just added today because Adam's like, oh, we need to remind them about this. And I was like, oh, yes, we do. So, and then stormwater, 2% increase. And so looking at a typical residential bill, well, I don't know, maybe not so typical, but maybe like, because it's 6,000 gallons of culinary water. And so I think we tend to look at, like maybe people on a fixed income, starter homes and stuff like that. So and they are living below North Union Canal with pressurized irrigation, 1 garbage can, recycled can. Just with the water, sewer, and stormwater increase, the monthly bill would increase about $5.11. And so we did receive a notice from Republic that they will be increasing their garbage rates 6.9% and the recycle rate 3.35%. And that is one part of what we charge the residents for garbage. So we're still working on analyzing what the rates would change, how we would change the rates to cover all of the fees.
Did they say what date that would?
It would be July 1st.
July
So,
1st,
yeah, so
okay.
they were giving us a heads up for the next fiscal year. So we've also been seeing an increase in the fuel recovery fee.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah.
In addition to their standard.
Right, they bill that separately. And then just depending on how much is taken to the landfill, we've got the landfill. So that's a big variable. And then I have not heard if they are increasing their rates at the landfill.
No.
Okay.
We did that just
Last year.
last year, and as far as we're concerned, that'll take care of it for a while, and it was
Okay.
very, very nominal. I think it ended up being something like 40,000 total to the city, so, I mean, it's virtually transparent to the residents, so.
Okay. Yep. So, yeah, so that doesn't include changing the garbage and recycling fees to the residents. So we'll look at that in the next few weeks as well, and bring that with the proposed budget.
And then just as a reminder, these rates were inclusive of that lump sum transfer this year.
Yes.
That was a unique thing that we haven't done in the past, so.
Yep. We actually ran some numbers and there's $1 million that we're transferring from the general fund to the.
Yeah, I thought we did 500. Let's double check that.
Okay, yeah, this is a draft and we've looked at different things, so.
500 is the number in my mind that we.
We settled on.
Well, if you can just confirm that,
Yep.
we can revisit that.
Which allowed us to go 7 instead of 10 on the sewer, right?
Okay. This does include 1 million, this budget, so.
It does include a
Yep. So I can change that. Yep, see, good thing we're all working together.
So,
That,
did it,
go back really quick there,
Right.
Kristen. So this includes $1 million transfer.
Right.
I was thinking 500,000 allowed us to lower it to 7.
Yeah, we decided on 500, as I recall.
The million, I was thinking, allowed us to go down to like 5.
We had a consensus on this, kind of a straw poll of about 500.
Right, but she's saying in the budget is $1 million. I would think that that would show 5 if there was $1 million in the budget.
Is that what got us down to the 33% versus the?
That's part of it, so.
41?
But yes, I can,
I agree with Randy. I think the general consensus was 500,000.
yeah. Nope, I had multiple notes.
Just confirm that that
Yeah.
gets us to that 7%.
Yep.
I believe based on Juan's projections and forecasting that.
Yeah, it looked like long range, it was not so favorable to do the higher amount, but great proposal by Councilmember Hoyt to look into that, so.
Yes. Okay, I
Um,
will get that corrected.
All right,
Okay.
moving on.
All right, and then expenditures of citywide, $33.5 million. Personnel is 27.8% of that, and operations is 37%, and then capital is 34.5%. And that is net of all of the fund balances and, or use of fund, or appropriation to fund balances, and then transfers, interfund transfers. So that's actual expenditures. And so looking at personnel, in the past, we've used the average annual change from March to February. And so here's this of the CPI to look at the cost of living allowance increases. And so just that's how the year has gone. And then, like I had mentioned, it is getting lower now. And March was 5%, so we're still headed in that direction. So the average annual change for March through February was 7.8%. And what we're proposing is to do a 4% wage increase and a 2% one-time payout. And noticing that the CPI is coming down, but employees have been affected from this. And then that increase would be effective July 8th, which is the first pay period in July. So then,
Just
yep.
Just as a comment there on your note, that Lindon City uses that average in that statement there. That is a factor over the last 10 years we've been doing it. It is not
That is
what
very,
happens.
yes, that is the factor that we use, correct?
One of the factors. And I
Right.
just,
We don't,
the way that's worded would make it
yes.
say maybe a little differently than what it
As-
truly is.
Yes, that is correct, thank you. Yep, that's one of the things that we look at, not that dictates things. Okay, and so then looking at merit increases, that would become effective, I put on here effective January 1st. We're actually changing the effective dates for wage increases to be the first pay period so it would be the first pay period of January. So it's not necessarily January 1st, but. And then employees would receive a 1 step on the pay scale, depending on how they did on their employee reviews. And 1 step is usually about 2.6%. People lower on the scale in like the first 5 steps, or four increases up to step 5, it's about 5% increase. And so then looking at the total cost, salary and benefits for COLA and merit increases in the fiscal year 2024 budget would be almost $500,000. And the general fund would have most of that, $414,000. And you can see the breakdown. Do you have any questions on COLA and merit?
All
Okay.
right.
Then insurance premiums, for medical insurance, the premiums are increasing 5.5%. That increase is really not too bad. Last year it was 6.8%, and that was still under the industry average of about 8 to 10%. Dental insurance is not increasing. We had a 2-year lock. And so an overall benefit allowance will increase $52,000 for the whole fiscal year. New positions that we're adding in this budget is another police officer, a water technician, and a stormwater technician.
Really quickly, the previous screen, the budgeted personnel expenditures, salary and benefits, was that including 401k and then also the increased health benefits? Or are they a separate?
So the health benefit increase is separate because it's
separate
not
from that.
wage-based.
Okay, so that's separate from the 498.
Correct.
Okay.
A point on one of the earlier graphs on the pie charts. So it shows as a percentage of revenue, our employee costs have hovered fairly consistently the last few years, about 27% of our revenues. And so it's similar this year in this year's proposed budget. The last couple of years, we've been right about that same range, about 27% of our total revenues. So just as an FYI.
That's a good factor.
Along those lines, I think that wages, pay, personnel is one of the most difficult things to manage as managers, which each of you have people underneath you. My encouragement would be to set expectations, help them understand how generous this is. I mean, this is an incredible, the amount that is being given is not found. Their neighbors aren't getting those types of raises, bonuses. It's just not happening. I hope that I hope they understand that, and that falls to you as managers. I also hope they understand that this is out of the normal. If it were up to me, I think 6% is a cap. That's as high as I'd ever like to go. I get that there's circumstances this year with inflation that I think merit what we're discussing, and so it's a balance between setting expectations that, hey, this is a little bit out of the normal. We really appreciate you guys. We hope this keeps you here and keeps you happy. And don't expect this every year. That falls to you all as directors, as managers, and we know you'll handle that the right way, setting expectations well. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there just because we don't want to set the expectation that, all in it's 8% or so, that's something that'll be a norm, so.
Yeah. Noted. Thanks.
One of the other things I would just mention in that regard as we do math and look at all factors, and as Randy brought up on the numbers for the miscellaneous, when so many of those come from grants, and that's 17% of our income, $5 million. I get uncomfortable thinking that is a every year count on lock it in amount of revenue that comes in as we play with the 27%. Those are things that.
One-time revenues.
Yeah, and if it's 70% in grants, that's $3.5 million roughly that maybe comes, maybe it doesn't come, and it always comes with a match of other obligations.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, so that would certainly fluctuate downward in terms of expenditures, maybe not personnel expenditures, but.
That's an income that we use as a kind of as a factor, one of many.
Right. But I'm saying if we didn't get those grants, then we certainly probably wouldn't be doing the projects that we get the matching grants for.
He's talking about the philosophical approach of
if you're saying here's $5 million of income and we're gonna take 27% of that.
Gotcha, okay, that makes
for
sense.
wage increases.
Okay.
I'm concerned that that's a non-sustainable number.
Yeah, that's just.
Could get bigger,
it's an
could get little.
It's an assumption that we make automatically. which is not a good thing.
I think one of the things that I look at that though as well, and I think that's a very good point. I also look at it as those are dollars that the staff went above and beyond to go obtain for the city. So I think they should be a factor as far as what we look at in rewarding them for lassoing in those funds so that we can do these capital expenditures.
It's a wonderful job acquiring those grants.
Which right now, there is
Great.
no incentive, there is no compensation for it, right? I wish there,
We've kicked that around before, but that's a hard thing to put.
Yeah.
it really is.
Well, there's compensation in a way by, like you said, by these generous considerations for
Sure, but
wage
you know,
increases
when
and so
one
forth.
goes out and gets $1 million, I'd love to be able to kick him back some. I know that's hard. I know
Whoa, kickback's such an ugly word.
There's a lot of work that goes into it,
Yeah.
and I.
And it's
we
the
wanna recognize
reporting
that. We wanna
after the
encourage
fact too. The reporting is very onerous it's not just getting it on the front end application like, woohoo, celebrate, we got the money, then it's,
That's
Yeah,
the way I
a
feel
lot.
a lot of our employees show their gratitude for their position is by working these grants and filling our coffers that way. So I feel like it's very reciprocal.
Well, Van's
Yeah.
correct. I mean, I think his point's well taken, but, you know, this is my 5th year on the council and 3 or 4 years on planning commission. We've been very, very blessed and very, very fortunate. I mean, we can't assume that we're always gonna be getting, you know, the amounts and the types of grants that we are, but it's been pretty darn consistent. I mean, and that speaks well to the employees, the department heads, and
Well, I think
to Mr. Clegg and all of that. But you're right, we can't just automatically assume that that's coming, but yeah.
I think we
And
have
use that
staff.
as a basis.
That's right,
of-
that makes sense.
And I think we have staff and elected officials who operate on that philosophy is that don't count your chickens before they're hatched, but we sure like it when we get a good crop going.
here, thank you.
Adam, do you as a manager have a fund where hey, they just got a grant, here's a $100 gift card? I know we do this here and it seems very formal. I would hope that you informally, as CEO of this company, have the ability to, hey, here's a $100 gift card to employees here and there, taking them to lunch, doing that type of stuff.
We do some lunches, some recognition that way. Occasionally, I would say quarterly-ish, but nothing. Well, we do have a smaller recognition, a $25 kind of a kudos thing, but it's not the 100 that you had talked about.
Think about that. If that's something
Okay.
you wanted to add $1,000 to you
Okay.
have 10 $100 gift cards to just pass out as you see fit. I think that goes a long way with people.
That would be very appreciated, so.
Speaking of
Okay.
gift cards, I mentioned this to Adam, but a couple other cities, for their city cards that employees have to use, or for city expenditures, they do rewards cards, and then with those rewards, that's how they create gift cards for various thank yous too. So currently, I don't know that we have a rewards.
It's interesting.
Thing with
Government
our-
needs,
with our
always
cards.
seems to have to be so fair. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? It's so different than the private sector, but
All right, well, thank
And
you.
just the last comment on that, because I know I was gone when this rehashed. I'm getting my arms around the 8.6% increase and the $611,000 impact to the, so I know we're just reviewing it. No, I'm playing with that there in my mind a little bit.
And the 2% is a non-compounding
Right.
one time. Yeah.
So we are, Jake, you mentioned, you know, you had a comment that none of our neighbors are doing this. We do look at, right now I've got a list of 60 other entities that city managers are sharing data as they're adopting things and as they're proposing things. And so it's all over the map, but it is not dissimilar from many other entities. And so just as an FYI, and I'm happy to share that with you if you want to review that. And so
yeah, and I say neighbors in general. I think in the private sector, unheard of.
that is probably true, yeah.
And the term we're using, another factor.
Yeah, so we are trying to balance some of that, and we'll talk more about it here. We've got our wage study that we've completed, and we'll dive into that a little deeper here in a minute. But.
Short minute. So Anna was just talking about the salary study, and there's 20 positions proposed to be moved to higher pay ranges. And it affects 30 employees. Most employees will move up ranges so that the midpoint is matching what the salary study says, but then moving back steps. So not a big increase to the employee. This gives the employee more headroom before maxing out on pay ranges and decreases that position's movement, the impact on the budget. So it does increase, there is an increase there, but it's not the same increase that it would be if an employee moved from one range to the other and stayed on the same step. So the fiscal impact on these 30 employees would be $60,710. It's not in this budget. I got the results after I had done the budget, so that will be added. But yeah, we just took out 500,000. So,
Oh.
so
You've got a little wiggle room?
we have a little wiggle room. Yeah. And then again, this would be effective July 8th of 2023. And then
That used to be such a far out date, and all of a sudden it's right here.
exactly. So did you want to talk more on that? Okay, yep. Yep. Yeah, oh, it's above it.
So on the compensation, sorry, just wages is what we're looking at. If you go to one more page, let's start with employees.
Okay.
So, and then if you can just kind of zoom in on that. Start down the bottom of that. So
Mouse is being moved.
this is something that we've looked at just every 2 to 3 years. We've done a really in-depth comparison on our pay ranges for each specific type of position. Our goal, if you look at this distribution chart, is to be in the center of that, primarily in that blue target area. We look at the midpoint in the salary range. So you have a low, a bottom of the range, a high, a top of the range, and we are comparing to other entities the midpoint in the pay ranges. And it's helpful where all of this is public information, so we can obtain this from other cities. Most cities are actually part of a software program called Compensation Survey, where each city goes in and enters this data for all of their employees and different types of positions, and makes it easy for these types of comparisons to occur. And so if in the past we've looked at if the midpoint of the pay range is minus 3% or more below market average. So we'll take a number of cities, we average the midpoint. If our midpoint is minus 3 or greater below, then we will shift that range and so try to catch back up. And keep in mind, for an average Lindon employee, that's kind of I'm going to say in the $50,000 to $70,000 a year range. 3 to 5%, you can almost put 3 zeros after that. So a 3% difference in the market is about $3,000 that they could go somewhere else is going to pay them $3,000 more a year for this exact same job. And so if we're 5% or 10% below, that's when we really start losing employees. They're looking for other things. They're seeing advertisements that, hey, I could go make $5,000 or $10,000 to do the exact same job in another city in Utah County. And so we're trying to stay in that blue target area, a little bit above average, but we are not leading the market in any positions. So with that information, if you scroll back up, and these percentages that are highlighted in kind of this orange color, tan color, this is the percent below the midpoint that these jobs ended up being in this current study that we did. And so for each of these positions, we have 6 to 10 or more cities that we are comparing with of similar size and similar location. If we can get them within Utah County, we evaluate the size and population of those cities that we compare with, and then look at the job descriptions for those, whether they're supervisory, how many people they're supervising. A few of these are ones that we've had our eye on that were trending lower and lower each year in the last couple of years when we've done these studies. If you may recall, our police officers down at the bottom of that list, we moved just last spring. Every other entity is doing the exact same thing, trying to keep officers, and so we're already behind where we thought this year that we wouldn't have to make an adjustment in those specific positions. Some of these are quite significant, and so if you scroll over then to the right, the blue is the adjusted. After what we're looking at then doing is moving them to a higher pay range, and then the next step closest in the range to get them on that pay range without going less than what they're making now. So these would be the percentages that they end up based on that midpoint in their salary range that we're looking at. So again, we are not 8, 10, 15% above midpoint on anything. We're looking in that right at midpoint up to about 5% or so on the midpoint comparison. And then those cost of living increases then are added to this, which then bumps us a little bit. What we're seeing is most other entities are doing market analysis studies similar to this, or approving a COLA or merit increases that are also bumping these. And so we are trying to stay competitive through this. But what's not included in your staff report is another 50 plus pages of spreadsheet data that Chase has put in a lot of time gathering this. So for each of one of these positions and recommendations, we have a lot of backup data. If you're interested, we can show you that. But our recommendation is to make these adjustments on these 30 or so positions. Did I say that right? Was it 20 or 30?
20 positions,
20
30
positions,
employees.
30-ish employees, to keep the pay range competitive in our market. So, actual dollar amounts, if you go, can you scroll up just a tiny bit to that red on the right? Going back up where it was highlighted. So on the first column, that salary difference is the actual wage difference. And so for some of these moves, it's several thousand more a year where they were higher percentages below market. But others, it's just a few $100s change. And so this is not necessarily intended to be, hey, we're giving somebody a raise. This is to get their pay range in the appropriate spot. But the net outcome is totaled there, $60,000 and some dollars. Questions on this for employees?
Yeah, I was thinking, a little note on the third one down on the.
So this is actually on our next agenda item. This specific individual position, it's in the operator 3, or our lead water operator. If you scroll over to the left, this was the most substantial. It was almost 17% below market. We've had a lot of pressure in our public works departments and in our police, where we've seen those wages are rising really fast, and we're having a hard time keeping up with those. With this specific position, we've traditionally compared to an operator 3, which is there's certain grades and certifications they have to reach and obtain, and then it includes supervisory roles in that position. We are recommending in our next agenda item that this specific position be changed to an operator 4 level, and hence that midpoint was a greater difference. And so this individual's been offered a position in Pleasant Grove. He interviewed and was offered the job, and our next agenda item is to talk about trying to be able to keep him. So.
All right, thank you.
Any questions on employee salary study that we did here this year?
What were the 6 cities roughly? Do you remember any of their names?
It varies based on the position. We're trying to stay most of them within Utah County minus Provo and Orem, except for some things. And so like a police officer, we're trying to catch as many Utah County cities as we can, including Provo and Orem. But for like a supervisory role, so a city administrator or a city attorney, we're excluding Provo Orem because there's.
You're staying in the valley.
We're trying, and so some positions, the emergency manager would be one. That's a hard one for us to find good comparisons within Utah County for cities that have that position. And so within that program, in fact, Kristen, can I snag that mouse? Let me just show you really fast, man. So it varies a little bit from city to city, Van, or from position to position. So let me pull it up.
So the 6 cities is a minimum, so some of the positions were compared to a lot more than 6 cities.
Yeah, we may have 10 or 12.
I just wanted to know the cities we're talking about.
Trying to stay within Utah County, but we do have some that are outside. So let's see here on this. So let's look at our police officer. So Draper, Provo, Spanish, Pleasant Grove, Orem, Lehigh, Santaquin, Lindon, Payson, American Fork. Those were the cities that we compared with. And then for each of those, we have a minimum, a maximum, and a midpoint in the salary range. The cities enter in the data as when they updated this last, so we're trying to stay within the last couple of years. Anything that's 2020 and older, we threw out. We felt like that wasn't relevant anymore. And the program then spits out, here's our difference between Lindon's midpoint, and we are a negative 3.74% below the market on that. So we're looking other things. So here's one, the court clerk, Lehigh, Orem, Bluffdale, Payson, Santaquin, Saratoga, Draper, Springville, trying to stay mostly within Utah County. For some of those, we had to reach out a little farther. Some things that have a really common position, public works director, everybody has it. And so we're able to capture more cities that actually have that position. Let's see if we can find one that, so here we had city manager. Every city pretty much has a city manager. Easy to compare within Utah County and make some comparisons. So does that help? Mm-hmm. So we have a set of data for every single position, and then we're looking again at those job descriptions, and Chase and I are working, and he's doing all this work, and I'm helping guide some of that. And then he has some information there on the benefits that we're putting in, and then our ending proposal. And so our pay scales, this is our current pay scale in the orange there. And so each of these ranges, 1 through 35 right now on our list. And then we have steps within the pay range. And so if the market showed, hey, somebody right now, their midpoint and they're making $27.31, they're on step 6 in range 15, said they needed to increase, we would go to the next, the results said, hey, it really needs to go to range 17. So we would look at the next step above that doesn't take them below. So if they were at 27.31, that next point would be step 4, 28.02. Does that help? Okay. A lot of time, a lot of data, a lot of research on all of this. We're trying to get good comps, and we know that other cities are entering all of this data in, and they're doing very similar studies as us too. So if there's no other questions on employee-specific things, we also wanted to discuss with you tonight the city council and mayor compensation. This is an issue that was not requested by any of you, and we are looking at this. But again, just trying to make sure that we're treating you equitably with what other cities are making. So right now, it looks like from these Utah County cities that we compared with for the mayor position, our current average annual wage is about $4,100 less than our mean, and then for city council, about $2,000 less than the current means. Interestingly, several of these cities, in addition to these wages, pay benefits. They will include health and dental. Pleasant Grove is one.
Here I was on the first
So
year I was.
they have benefit compensation for their city council members. Yeah, so.
The first
so
year
keep-
I was the first year that didn't get any.
Yeah,
any
so
benefits.
Lindon did do this for a number of years, at least had it as an option. I think we had one city council member sign on to that, and then there was an election that occurred, and a couple individuals were just pounding in their election of how fiscally irresponsible the city was. They got into office, and then they signed up for the benefits, and it really went over poorly. And so they both, well, I think one of them backed off and even wrote a check back to the city for the amount of the premiums. The other one stayed on until the end of his term. And then after that, the city council actually elected not to provide benefits, and so.
I was the first year.
Were you?
I was the first year that did not receive benefits.
See what the county did today?
I did. I saw that county commission increase.
Yeah. I was gonna say, the range that we have now is almost twice as much as I got paid my first time.
Probably. So I'm presenting this data to you and just looking for your direction on whether or not you want to do anything with this. This is your chance to digest that and see if there's anything that you would like to do. So this note, we haven't put any change into the budget, so.
From my perspective, speaking for just one person, we set a figure for council, and then anytime we do an increase, we don't increase ourselves. That's just one voice.
And I'll add my voice to it, is that I've told Adam, this is almost twice as much as I earned my first year in 2012, and so, I'm okay, but I'm only here to the end of the year, so.
I agree. I think that council's a unique position. I think pay factors into people's full-time jobs a whole lot more than it does their part-time jobs, or the service they provide. I look at this as a service. I think like most of us didn't realize it was a paid position. And so I look at this and no, I don't think we need to do anything. I would maybe lean to the mayor. She's put in a lot of work. I see the work she's doing. I'm alongside her on a lot of it, and I know I'm doing 1/10 of the work she's putting into it. And so, maybe I could see some merit on that on the mayor's side, but I don't think increasing the wages is going to attract higher quality council members.
I don't know.
People have no idea you get paid.
That's what I said in my comment, I'm speaking as council.
Sure. Well, I can assure you that $2,000 is not gonna make any kind of substantial difference in my lifestyle or my desire to serve or whatever.
We do want you as elected officials to feel fairly compensated for the amount of time that you do put in, though. And so again, this is one of those things of, if you're sitting next to your neighbor at the table at the league conference and they're making 10 grand more a year than you, I want you to feel okay with that. And so.
I think just the fact that we're sitting next to another council member at the league dinner is plenty compensation enough.
You guys know my feelings on Vineyard. I think I'm okay, except for that Vineyards pay higher than us. I'm just kidding. Mayor, and that's hard. That's a hard position. I think we're all pretty consensus on the council.
Well, we learned from Gerald, maybe he really needs the money.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know I was getting paid.
Just as a point of clarification
I got my paycheck.
on this list, just clarification on Eagle Mountain, their mayor's full-time, and so we just took a quarter of the wage on that one.
Well.
So just as an FYI.
Let's be realistic. I mean, our mayor in title close to full-time. I mean, maybe that doesn't have any effect.
That's my thought too. If we're gonna do one, I think it should be the mayor, and it's hard because she'll never say that we should do it, so I don't wanna ask her opinion. But as a council, what are your guys' thoughts? Should we?
It'd be real tough for me to single that out. I'm, like Adam mentioned, this was not asked for. Adam is doing this as a courtesy of data for all of you, and I'm doing this simply to serve. And so, but, and I'm appreciate all of you even considering it, but
Well,
it would be
if the
tough to single, to, you know, be singled out in that.
Well,
So-
there's no documentation to this effect that you certainly would provide, but I could almost guarantee you that you probably spend an inordinate amount of funds out of your own pocket to do a lot of things for the city and for people in the city and for causes in the city. I would venture to say that I feel very comfortable saying that, and you would probably never want to admit it or get kudos for it, but you certainly know that that's true, don't you?
Well, thank you, and I think there's others at this table who have
Well, certainly.
likewise could also be commended
Yeah.
for
Sure.
giving
Good
a lot.
information, we'll think
So,
on it, I think.
Thank you so much. Let's
So-
move on.
Do you
We're
want
gonna
to
go
see it in
nowhere
the
with this, I
proposed
think.
budget?
Yeah, that would be the question, is do we bring this as a decision item in May?
Or even in the numbers, in the proposed budget?
Give us a fruit basket at Christmas or something.
I think, I don't wanna see any changes on the council side because of this. I don't think we need to adjust to market on the council. I don't.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind seeing the mayor pay go up, just because of the amount of time. It's a lot of time. You're putting in a lot of time, you really are. And so,
Well, thank you. That means
I-
a lot, just that
and-
you're even.
well, and I
acknowledging
know
Hey.
that she's not asking for that.
No.
She's not. But when I look at I know American Fork PG's Vineyards Mayor, she's putting in that time and more. So I think if you're looking for direction, I'd say, yeah, let's look at it on the mayor scale. And I mean, I don't know that it needs to be 4,000, but I think if you get her in the same range as some of our real sister cities that are really comparable, I'd be comfortable with that.
Agreed.
So mayor and council are in the COLA, so that does change every year with the COLA, so.
I'm saying a mark-to-market
Right,
on
right,
the mayor.
but I just wanted
Leave
to
council out of it.
point out that
Well, that means a
council
lot, you guys, gosh.
will increase a little bit with the COLA.
I would, it would be, it's really an honor that you even comment that and feel that way about my service, and I'm certainly not in it for compensation, so thank you. That means a lot to have your,
Well, and Kathy,
Respect in that
if
manner.
you'll make sure that that's reflected in the minutes, that this is completely council pushed and not mayor, because we've seen
She's
other,
kicked me and she screamed. Just-
other cities where that's not the case, and I
Please no,
certainly
she
don't
says.
want that to be the perception, because that's certainly not it.
Daryl, you had a comment? What?
I'm just gonna say that the future mayors might not put that type of effort either, so I'm really impressed with what I've seen with Carolyn, and so would have to understand that scenario when that might happen in the future.
We'll
You're the next
put
mayor,
something
so I
in the budget for the mayor's adjusment, that would be similar to this,
Modest.
so.
modest.
Okay, we'll make a recommendation to you in May. Thank you. Anything else on budget?
Not for personnel.
Okay, I gotta give you back the mouse. Are we still going here?
Tab.
Where we at? Oh, your, presentation.
There.
Okay, we'll fly through this stuff.
Yep, all right,
Okay.
so the next, I think, 3 slides are just reviewing the capital expenditures that are in this budget.
What are we trying to do in our brand-new public safety building?
So that is a carport and permanent walls instead of the,
So the glass partitions that are in that hallway are not sound helpful. It's been a real challenge to have any sort of private conversations, even where we have somebody in those offices that are trying to keep something confidential if somebody's walking down the hallway. So we are looking at putting in a solid wall there with solid doors to help with that sound issue. And so that would be a remodel thing based on a request from Chief Brower and recommendation by Alex. And then the outdoor, it was the covered parking spaces just with the snow and things so that we can help them move along faster if they're coming out of the building. It would be up against that east end there. We're looking at several covered parking spots.
I think that's great.
And so those were the two major things. There's a few other minor items that were included in that. While she's talking, I'm going to keep running through those. And so we have an evidence shed. We've got a small one that's actually out by the cell tower and the aquatics little storage area there. And it is full of bikes and tires and all sorts of evidence that we have to retain for a long time. So we're looking at an additional storage shed. Public Works, we're looking at a dump truck down there at their facility. Park improvements, we've listed a couple things there. A new truck at Parks and Salter bed. These are all items that were included in the budget. Road funding, we have this year planned $2.4 million for maintenance improvement projects. Park tax, we're looking at playground replacement and park impact fees of some shade structures over Pheasant Brook Park. Water fund, I'm moving on, Kristen, is that okay?
Yep.
Just quickly, Adam, that 240,000 for a used dump truck, that's a correct number?
That's the numbers?
They're
Used dump truck for $250,000?
It's gently used with under 100,000 miles, but yeah, that's.
This is not the small bobtails, this is
a 10-wheeler, that's to replace the 1999
Okay.
dump truck that we have right now.
Okay, that's, makes me feel a little bit better, still a lot of money.
Not quite as big as a Kennecott one,
Yeah, I'm
but
thinking of
it's bigger than average.
This is the actual 10-wheeler. We can carry 13 to 15 tons per load.
Okay.
We're looking to get an automatic transmission, so we don't, where we switch a lot of drivers, it's easier on the transmission and clutches.
Okay. Thanks for the explanation.
Water fund, we've listed several things there. The big improvements, obviously the wells, we're looking at this is the well redundancy project.
A redundant well to well number 4, it will produce about that 2,500 gallon.
And then the water system.
Putting it.
Correct, yep. Water system, this is water line improvements, among other things. So sewer funds, again, there's the list of projects. We've got some upsizing and pipes, and then improvement projects at the plant are the two bigger things. Infiltration we're working on, that's really bit us here this spring, where we've got a lot of inflow seeping in through those seams in the pipes or through manholes, and we're paying to treat that groundwater. And so that's something that we're working on. Stormwater on that next slide, we've got a flatbed truck, $1 million. This is offset by a grant of 700 and some thousand that Juan was able to obtain. And then other stormwater projects are pretty significant here this next year. Recreation funds, several projects listed there. The community center improvement project, that's one, Kristen, when you were at the conference this week. If this is the one associated with that CDBG, we did not get approved for that, so I don't know if that was this or something else, but if you'll just make a note, we need to just verify that.
We've got a couple different ones.
Do tonight, but if you'll just make a note, let's check on that one. Any questions? We're pulling out some big numbers that we've talked on some of these before. These are just kind of the big highlights of things. Again, all included in that budget already. Any questions on anything? Anything that projects that you had hoped to achieve or complete, or things, needs in the community that we're not addressing, anything that's outstanding that we should be working on or putting money towards that. That silence is a good answer for me, so.
When we're gonna start doing Center Street improvements.
So we have that pre-bid coming up next week for both Center Street and the Canal Drive water line replacement. We'll start with that, and then right behind it, we have in design the actual road reconstruction of Center Street and Canal Drive. So those are two big ones that are water line this year, road.
Now, if any council members want to also look at, with our healthy fund balance, giving a little more to the roads, this would be a good time to also bring that up and maybe escalate the.
We'll bring you the next
5-year plan.
5-year plan here shortly.
Okay,
There's a
we'll
couple
have that in
roads,
May.
I know that I mentioned in engineering that I'd like to see some attention maybe a little sooner than the plan, just from feedback from the community.
Was it 750 north?
725.
725, 600 north, 135.
So I think
Tonight.
maybe I'm imposing what I'm thinking you're saying on as the new 5-year road plan comes out, maybe an option if we went from 2 million to 2.2 million, this is what we could do if that's not too cumbersome.
2.2 is the proposed, I remember? 2.4, okay.
Whatever, so that if we increase that a little bit and earlier, how that helps.
So the change we're gonna make, we had in our mind to just do the maintenance and not do full road reconstruction. So now we are saying, okay, let's throw one full road reconstruction so we don't let them complete the roads
Get
and then
behind.
figure out.
We could get ahead of it a little more, yeah.
So
I think anything we can do on
Great
Center
suggestion.
Street, it will engender a lot of enthusiasm and excitement in the community. I get a lot of comments about
When
Center
is it
Street
happening?
and Fourth North and, yeah.
What about 900 East? Is that next year as well?
Will 900 East get a top coat?
No,
I don't think
900 East doesn't, the big money is gonna go to Canal Drive.
Something else to point out, I think our planners are gone, but I think the planning department also is wanting to look at maybe doing looking into State Street, as well, plan or looking into.
Beautification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's been talked about maybe.
Some poles, is that what you're talking about? or
Well, I know
something
you've
more?
brought up some things as well, like having.
Some sort of, I know that we've talked about poles and banners before, but we don't have enough poles along State Street to be able to put the banners out, which I would love for us to have some sort of identification.
Right, and thinking of the temple.
On the street lights, put some kind of a pole.
Well, didn't Michael Florence propose something at one of our meetings about paying someone to give us an idea, consulting of
He
what
did.
State Street would look like?
Streetscape study
Streetscape.
plan was actually, it's something that we've talked about in this current year's budget. He talked to me just today and didn't think that he's gonna be able to get that done before June, so we'll need to roll
Okay.
that forward into the next
I
year.
just think in conjunction with the open house, if it is in the fall of '24.
But also our
if-
centennial.
And our centennial year as well, it feels like a little bit of a sense of urgency potentially to maybe talk about that now in this current budget.
Yeah, do
session.
something.
Sooner than later,
So-
at least on our identifying, because it used to be that, I know councils used to say, our identifying marker is our white vinyl fencing. And we've since done away with that, which I liked the look, but I didn't like the maintenance and how it became decrepitated. But I like the fact that Lindon has an identity, and I'd like to find a way for
And
us to
speaking of
have
which,
that.
it's starting to look broken and dilapidated.
Yes.
I did reach out to some of the board members at UTA. You'll notice, like, the Walmart bus stop is just in horrendous shape. The bench is broken, it's just terrible, and there's no covered. So anyway, I've reached out to them and with through my MAG board work, so trying to get some of our bus stops improved, maybe some covers on them, to serve some of our, especially like our disabled and aged population here in front of Avalon, and then also at Walmart. So there's a lot of things on State Street. The fencing in front of Walmart is looking really bad. Some of the landscape berms are in really poor shape as you come
I
down
know.
700.
It's
Yeah,
almost,
to state.
even the interior of Walmart, so I know we're off topic here, but the interior of Walmart, their landscaping is extremely poor.
I had thought we had contacted them and got a commitment from them that they were going to do,
We had talked about doing, I
to do
didn't know
better.
that.
I think someone needs to visit with them, a delegation.
Yes.
So actually,
It's not,
so I was going to, so I have spoken with the manager. They would like to do a gas pump station.
yeah.
And so maybe we can follow up with Mike if, I know
They've
that then
already
we were
approved
going,
for that. I think the planning commission has.
well, they were going to have to do some, improve their landscaping
Right,
in order
I
for
know.
that. You think that it's already come before the planning
I
commission?
think it
for
has,
approval?
actually.
I'm almost positive.
I think it was in the last month or two.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I think the planning department was planning to
Well, they need to.
make some requirements to step that up.
Yeah. it's-
Well, as a,
Conjunction with
as
that.
a reminder, the white picket fence can be removed if they choose to. That's the current standing, so.
Yeah.
I mean, the overlay, the
Oh.
parking lot was nice. I mean, that certainly helped, but the landscaping's abysmal.
Okay.
I've got a note to talk to Mike and his department on that, so.
He's on it. He has intentions for that to be something to work with them on, and certainly. Anyway, well, don't mean to derail too much, but if something comes to mind after tonight, shoot an email to Adam. If something else comes to mind.
Can I make just a comment to Juan? I understood that 900 would probably be done for the temple, because that's going to be a corridor of traffic coming up 200 south to 900. It's a pretty poor road from 200 south to Center Street. That 2-block section is really poor. So I don't know if there's something that could be done.
Let me get back with you. I think that gets a treatment this.
Okay. I know they said it might have to be a reconstruction totally, because it's starting to fail in several
And we have a
spots.
resident, this is off topic, I wasn't gonna bring this up tonight, but since you've mentioned that road, we have a resident that's recommending we name that road Temple View or something, because that's what's been done in other communities. So, wanted it to be considered.
I'll get that information from Trent and I'll get back to you.
Thank you,
on an email.
thank you. All right, moving on.
Just to wrap up then, our next proposed meeting date's May 15th. To review the proposed budget, we'll bring in all of these changes, and then the final budget adoption June 5th, so.
So then you can go on your vacation.
And with June 5th, that is before the certified tax rate is set by the county. And so we would just, well, we could just say in the resolution to accept the tax rate that they give us. So,
But once it comes in.
yeah, because, we could go lower,
Exactly.
but we can't go any higher without truth in taxation, so.
So we'll just do whatever the state tells us we get to do, right? As Vance says, like we get a choice.
Great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all there is on
And you
that
guys
discussion?
didn't give Chase
Can I
any hard
identify that really
questions.
quick?
Come on, this is your chance.
What's the population of Iceland? I don't know.
425?
He could probably Google that in about 10 seconds. Okay.
76,000.
Very good, you're very.
Daryl, just as an FYI, so on our, this is draft, but on the fiscal year 24-25, so that's a year out. So this is, yeah, we are looking, there's this blue line right there of that section of 9th East having a overlay done, and so, and then further up, so,
Spring, summer of 25 probably.
yes.
Temple probably may not be open by then, so that must be good to have it done.
Yeah, we're really pushing, to get, Center Street's a given, but Canal Drive is gonna be a big.
You're gonna push for that one, huh?
So many wonderful things happening in our 8.5 square miles. We're really blessed. Really amazing. Okay, anything else then? Thank you so much for sticking with us for the long haul tonight. Kristen and Chase, all right. Okay, moving on to item number 15. This is also just a discussion item regarding.
We're actually
Oh,
on
sorry, item
14.
14, I apologize, I crossed it out. The item 14, compensation adjustments,
So I mentioned earlier, we have an individual right now that is in the Public Works Department Water System Lead. He's an Operator 3. He works directly under our water superintendent and is basically our crew leader. He's out doing all of the day-to-day work and supervising our newer employees and our summer help. There was a couple different openings in Pleasant Grove. They've gone through some employee changes over there. He applied and was offered a position there. Before that was even happening, as far as his application over there, we are already in the midst of this wage study and seeing that we needed to make some market adjustments with his position anyway. But as this has come forward, what we're requesting is to create an Operator 4 position that would then be on range 17, and then have similar duties, but would have a higher number of years experience, grade 4 certification, and then experience as a supervisory level and crew leader. We are hopeful, Juan and I are meeting with this individual tomorrow morning. We're hopeful that if this is approved, this will help keep him here. So
That's a big jump.
it is, and that's less than what PG is offering them right now. So
there's more pressure on this particular position.
If we were to lose this would be a difficult position for us to replace. We, right now in our water division, we have our superintendent and this position, Matt Allenson. All of our other water employees have limited experience, numbers of years. In fact, not more than probably 2 per employee. And so this would be somebody that we really feel we want to retain.
So we have a fairly reasonably firm commitment that if this passes, that he would stay.
It remains to be seen.
Yeah, that's a to
The
be
other thing to
determined.
keep in mind is we also have a long-term employee that is retiring, and maybe one can share, you're not looking to replace that specific position as well.
Correct. Gary Taylor is retiring after 36 years of service. Gary used to be the superintendent for the streets department. We then consolidated the streets and the water divisions under one superintendent, and then Gary became our specialist, taking care of street signs, sidewalks, cemetery and things. So it's looking at not filling that position, but then spreading that responsibility among other leaders. But Matt Allenson, he is our mentor. I mean, he's grabbing this younger, and he's also our best recruiter. Because of Matt Allenson, we have 2 or 3.
Ethan and Braden, right?
Yeah, so he gets the people, he trains them. When we have to get CDL certifications for some of our employees, the federal government changed the rules that now this CDL drivers, the commercial driver license people, have to actually take a course and take some training. That training is about $4,000 to $5,000 per person. Matt Allenson, in the wintertime, he says, well, let me see what that entails. So he actually created that program within the city. So he got certified to be the teacher for those people, and we got 3 new CDL drivers within the past 3 months. And other cities found out, and they're actually calling us, see if we can train their employees. So he saved us right there about $12,000. So he is right now with the secondary water system. He's taking the lead on reviewing all the processes. He's the lead man out there organizing the installation of the meters, and then whatever maintenance we have to do, he takes that. And then he's a very good snowplow operator. He gets thrown into the toughest part of the city, the highest part. So just an all-star in my book. And Matt Winward, when he found out that he was applying, he came to my office and he was almost in tears. Says, I can't lose Matt Allenson. I don't know what I'll do. You know, of course we can pick up the pieces, but I believe that we will be competing with all these other cities for these employees, and I can deal with an entry-level person leaving, but some of these key person that if we're trying to teach the younger generation, he's an awesome mentor. And
Besides the institutional knowledge that he.
Adam, you mentioned that Pleasant Grove was offering more. Do we know what that amount is, and
It's close.
how close?
We're within $1.
An
And
hour?
so if
Couple
we were to
thousand
land
bucks.
on this range 17 and step 8, we are within $1 of what they're offering.
And
Do you
they're-
think
So
his heart's in it? Do you think he wants to go to Pleasant Grove? Is there other aspects besides pay that would keep him here? How do we look benefit wise?
We've met with him and gone through a lot of things. There's trade-offs on other things. I mean, he brought up that PG currently pays 100% of their health insurance is what he's told us. I haven't verified that, but so right now we're paying 3% as employees, and so there's those types of things that have been brought up. But in the end, I think this is close enough that we're hopeful this will keep him here. So
The suggestion to meet Pleasant Grove's wage, was it just something you didn't think we'd accept, or?
part of what we're trying to do is land on that pay chart and
Okay.
without getting too far ahead. And so this is the closest step within that range. Am I saying this correct, or did we
No, we actually matched. I
Did we
think
match and then go one more?
in $1, and then with the suggestion that if he stays, and if the council approves the 4% COLA in July, that will take him
That's
a
correct.
couple, $2 or $3.
So our request, yeah, thank you, Juan. I got off on that one. So our request is to make this effective at the start of the next pay period, so basically now. And then when this COLA kicks in, if that's approved, this will put him above. That's correct. I
But you know,
forgot
to
about
Jake's
that.
point, though, about, if he's indeed saved the city $12,000 by his creativity and his initiative, this might be one of those cases, although it might be small, at least it would be a gesture if we could do something else for him as a show of appreciation for what he's done, for
So-
taking that initiative.
I do have, within my operation budget, I do have gift cards, and then I have the freedom to give those people a certificate for dinner or something.
Okay.
These certificates were printed many years ago, and it's for $25, so I cross the $25 and make it $40.
Good, otherwise they're going to McDonald's.
Get an appetizer. Okay.
Exactly, so. So we try to make the environment in my department very lively and fun. Just last week, we invited the people from Hydrovac that are installing our meters and all of our public works, and we cooked hamburgers for lunch.
Oh, cool.
And everybody was just there and switching stories and trading. And when they are out all night plowing, as soon as they get done, I bring them in my office and says, go have breakfast on me, and send them out and give them time to. And then my door is always open to them. I says, if you have something that is really bothering you, or you have a good suggestion, my door is always open and willing to. So in that part, they feel like they are part of a good organization that values them and listens to them, and I think, and with them is, a lot of them have second jobs, so they have for example, Matt Allenson makes good money, but he supports his kids in rodeo events, so he's always having to travel, and he, so he has a second job, but when I call him on a call out, he tells his employer, I gotta go. And in his last evaluation at one of those places says, well, you need to show more commitment to your part-time job. And Matt Allenson said, yes, my commitment is here. So his heart is here, and he would like to stay here, but we had to match that offer to keep them, and I would really appreciate if you go along with this.
I'm a big fan of this whole conversation. Huge proponent of the principle of the right person on the bus. Haven't seen you guys this passionate about an employee since Mike Florence was potentially going somewhere else. Right person, let's do it. Let's keep them, absolutely. And if you think this is it, I wholeheartedly support it. If it needs to be more, don't, like we did before. If we need to do an emergency meeting for the right people, personnel is so important. So.
Amen.
On this one.
Yep. I would make a motion to approve an action. I will make a motion to approve an action for a compensation adjustment, moving the Public Works Water System Lead Operator 3 position, pay range 14, to a Water System Lead/Operator 4, pay range 17, effective at the start of the next pay period.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Vanchery, seconded by Councilmember Powell. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It is unanimous.
Thank you.
Let's go get it.
Thank you, Juan.
Good night,
And
Ron.
Juan, okay. I think Juan needs a gift card after tonight's meeting.
I am good, I'm just so happy.
Start of the night.
Okay. Item number 15. This is a discussion item regarding the Alpine School District proposed boundary changes, closures, and other related matters. And this is just a discussion item. This is something that I asked to be put on the agenda. As you all are aware, there's been a lot going on within our community and others as well. Some of you I've seen at some of meetings that citizens have put together or at the open houses the district has had, and there's been a lot of differing opinions and emotion involved in it, and tomorrow night is going to be a big night for the school district. So there's a lot of caveats that are going on. Just wanted to kind of understand, what you feel what I've been telling people is that we as a council have never formally discussed this. Prop 2 and Orem, we kind of tried to stay out of that dogfight a bit and see where that would settle. And we pride ourselves on hopefully avoiding really contentious things like that and watch and learn, right? So just curious kind of what your feelings are. I have not ever stated that we as a city have a particular stance on any of those questions that may come up, but certainly as individual citizens, we have conversations and people know who we are when we're out in the community. Right now, Mayors Fulmer and Mayor Young and I have put together a letter that I plan to potentially read tomorrow, and it's just a very diplomatic letter basically stating how important we feel neighborhood schools are to the fabric of a community, and encouraging them to rewind and the proposal to close schools and at least put a pause on that and allow further study and discussion and maybe other options to be able to come forward. So anyway, just wanted to bring that up with y'all and see what you've been.
When you
What you
say
been
this
catch
is a letter from the mayor of Lindon City,
Yeah.
what do you hope that conveys? Are you trying to say that that's
I can
the entire mayor and
Just
council and
mayors.
city?
No. So this would just be just mayors. I can kind of read it to you a little bit along the lines, but I plan to make some comments just about the nature of the value that we see of our Lindon Elementary, that it's, a top performing school, just how important it is in our community that we would like to encourage them to not close it this fall. And right now, currently on the agenda, that has been, that's what the staff is recommending on the agenda, was kind of turning that back. So just encouraging them to.
Yes, anything can
board
change, but the
members.
last thing was that Lindon would stay open for at least one more year.
Yes, it
and
will be
possibly
voted on
Windsor.
tomorrow.
And that can change. They can
Yeah.
not vote, they can,
And I think for some of the other communities, there's still a couple schools on the chopping block. And so there are some community members, not just in our community, Pleasant Grove, Orem, who also feel that the 120-day noticing has not occurred. Certainly to the spirit or the intent of that law. And so they are going to be contesting that, potentially, is what I've heard. I don't know. And that may be a factor as well. And I have met with some of our legislative representatives and spoken with different board members myself. And so it's been an interesting process, you know, as they've gotten feedback from citizens, hearing from all the mayors have piped in, I think, to the district, you know, meeting with district officials, meeting with board members, legislators. I think there's a lot going on now, kind of an upswell of, anyway, we may be
so
seeing
if,
some
so-
changes.
so if mayors speak out, but citizens voted down the bond.
Oh, this is just speaking.
No, I
oh,
understand, and
okay.
that bond maybe keeps some of those schools open, so I'm trying to decide how that do.
Yeah,
And
that's-
Hang on, and then I wanna find, the question that I have, and some of the things that I've seen and watched, I have yet to hear somebody yet address how it benefits the student. I hear lots of people with property values, if you will, you've mentioned, you know, the community and all those things. I would like to see how it benefits the student. That's
To
the
keep
part
the
that I'm not
school
sure I'm
open?
hearing.
Is that what I'm
Yes.
asking?
So if you take a student from elementary A, you close it and you move it here to this one, I would like to, I don't know what
You'd like to
that
have the
is.
school board tell you how it benefits that student to move?
No, the people that are opposed to everything the district's doing, explain how, if they kept them there, that student's more benefited than if they moved.
I'm just-
How that helps their education, how it,
Well, Van, I
Okay.
can't speak, I don't remember chapter and verse, but the meeting we had here at the city where, who was the gentleman, Mark?
Mark Clement.
Mark Clement, there were some, a lot of those sentiments were expressed in not only very passionately and very eloquently, but frequently by many of the people that were here.
Many of our citizens.
Addressing that very issue as to.
and for me, I want to see data, if you will, as to how that, I understand the property, the money thing I've heard explained passionately, but I've yet to hear somebody address with statistics, factual data, how it benefits the student to stay and keep that elementary school open as opposed to moving them a mile away or 2 miles away, whatever it is, I don't know.
I think you will hear the community brought up, but to try to find statistics, it's gonna be a little on the.
Yeah.
on the
And maybe
harder
it's not
side.
even
It-
something
it's-
that they can quantify. I
Yeah,
don't
as
know.
far, as I say, it's far more subjective, is my read on it, but the points are valid. I mean, you know, our kids are grown, they're not in school anymore, but it has a definite psychological impact as well as a practical, logistical impact.
There's a lot, you know, the parents, the teachers,
Bonds,
building up the programs, the synergy, the engagement. That's not something you replace really easily, and there's some pretty data-driven, you know, that Lindon, I think, is the 12th highest scores in the district with their ALL program. It's kind of an amazing magnet. It is providing excellent outcomes
Yeah,
for
that's
education.
great data.
But the problem is you then take the legs out from under that and then what? Or the DLI, the Portuguese program at Rocky Mountain, is again super top notch to get that.
People travel from far.
And so,
far away,
and the
and
families
sister
are
used to
super
travel
invested.
from
There's
there.
people that have moved here specifically for these programs. And speaking to the bond that you mentioned first, none of that bond was gonna be going to Lindon Elementary or these schools that are closing. So.
Maybe it kept them open, I don't know.
If you look at the bond funding, that's the misnomer. I think that where a lot of people are now, I'm just gonna play devil's advocate. The allocation in the bond was not going to these schools that are being proposed to be
Some
closed.
people are telling us that, though, aren't they? And then some people said, well, if you'd have understood the bond, you would have voted for it, and then your school would have stayed open. But I like your point that you make, is
You
that.
look at what the bond money
Exactly,
was
I agree
going
with that.
to other capital
Exactly.
outlays.
And that's the way I understood
Yeah.
it. And I don't, and so it's this, I feel like there's a lot of pitting going on that with misinformation, and it's very unfortunate. And then, so then you take that, and then they say, let's go down the scenario that they close Lindon Elementary. I've heard from different residents, since this is my neighborhood, and I don't have children there, but I had a grandchild that went there, and for my kids, and Jake has told me a few things about his experience, but you hear people saying, well, if my child goes to another school, will I be alienated in a way? Will I be accepted in that way? And so there is a real concern whether you will be, you don't want to be the redheaded stepchild.
Yeah,
So-
this is such an interesting topic because we're city council members. You have the Alpine School District Board and jurisdictions, who's responsible for what. But I can tell you that my completely biased opinion, and it's so biased, and every time I've talked to Mark and the other board members, I've told them, hey, this is biased. It's emotional for me because my kids are there. And so I have attended a lot of those meetings alongside the mayor. I think it was Plan A or Plan B that came out from the district that had every student in Lindon changing schools.
Disrupted.
Exactly.
And so I thought, you know what, as a city council, maybe that does fall within my realm because I am responsible for those. Again, completely biased still because am I using
your
that?
bucket.
But for me, Adam, myself, and the mayor met with the superintendent and Mark. Their staff's original recommendation was wait a year and then let's make the right decision and how to separate this out. And they said, oh, we don't like the political unrest, let's hurry and do it. And so from a good decision-making standpoint, I like the idea that at least one more year, that way we can, just the fact that there's been A, B, C, D came out yesterday, even the fact that there's been 4 different plans makes, they're really rushing this. Let's get it right. These kids, and so that's my personal opinion. I've expressed that along with its bias to board members, understanding exactly where I'm coming from, but as a personal opinion. That's where I'm at. I would love to see it stay open from a city campus standpoint. I think that makes sense for the well-being of the kids. And really, I appreciate Mark because he brings that point home every time. He says, in the end, that's what matters, is what's most important for the kids. So it's a good point, Van, for sure.
And accurate data, accurate data, because there's so much information out there.
Because there's so much emotion, I feel like it doesn't matter whether it's information or misinformation, the people are using it to their advantage.
It feels too rushed for it to be information.
That's exactly the knock, Van, just the opposite of what you're suggesting is, there is no, at least not that I can tell, there is no data-driven decision-making. It's data in the sense that they're looking at a situation and saying, okay, this is the easiest way to handle it, without any consideration whatsoever.
And not following the proper process.
Not following the proper processes.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the big issue is. They're making a decision based strictly on X's and O's. Sure.
And probably dollar signs.
And dollar
Now,
signs.
I did
with
read
no
a-
really consideration for the valid, all those
Reasons why.
subjective, the valid points that parents and citizens have been making for months and months and months.
And it's that information that we're lacking in the statistics or whatever. I read a letter by Kate Ross, who had been the principal for many years, and she states that how sad she was to learn the demise, but at the same time she understood that it is the student who will benefit in the sense of being safe. Okay, so put that into the pot. Now, I'm not advocating that, but I am saying that at least it's something that means something to me. That here's a principal that I love and trust, and I feel like she has the students' best interest at heart, and she feels it should close. Now, that doesn't mean, again, that I agree with that, but I take that really to heart, is that her information means something to me. And if we had more time to understand this, then it wouldn't be so emotional. So,
It's a rush job too.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me.
That's the sense, it's a rush job. Let's just cram it through, let's get it done with and
Well, part of my point is what's best for the student in driving that. Maybe that is that they keep the school open. I'm just, that's the type of data that I think is
Either
helpful
way.
to see whatever it is, and it helps people, yes, remove some of the emotion. Because yes, there's okay to be completely invested, Jake. And we care about all of our students in Lindon, where they go and what they're doing, and we hope they all get a great education.
And are safe doing it, we want that, but how do we do that? How do we make that happen? And if it closes, then if that decision is made, then we've done it in a very logical, data-driven, understandable way, and instead of everything feeling so emotional. And it gives time for people, parents, students, the community to come to grasp with it. But to Mike's point, I think it was just, it feels way too rushed.
There is no data behind my next comment, as I've just proposed that we should have data. A lot of this has felt vindictive.
Yes.
retribution. Well, that's the comment
If you
that's
look
been
at
made
those
frequently,
precincts,
is it-
yes.
it's
In their
retribution,
work
not back to
session,
bond.
in their work session, they actually discussed where it was supported and not supported.
And that's what it feels like.
That's what it feels like.
Which is not in the best interest of the student.
That's correct.
Whether it's true or not, there certainly is evidence that would suggest,
There was another,
circumstantial evidence at least.
Exactly, by our voting, yes.
okay. Well, any other thoughts about that? I mean, we'll see what happens tomorrow, and
I think an important part is we know that they have invested in Lindon City out in Anderson Farms. They have, that purchase has gone through and been transacted. And when we had lunch with them, they said that could be a 5-year project. You know, they weren't making commitments by any means, but they said that could be 5 years. That's a piece of the puzzle as we have somewhat of a responsibility to city plan. I don't know. I support you, Mayor. I think that this does, you know, this is,
I've received dozens and dozens of emails and letters and
Yep.
phone calls, and so it's, I think just, I appreciate if you feel, I mean, I'm trying to be very diplomatic and not make a statement as to the stance of other than let's just slow it down a little bit, let's follow the intent of the process and make sure we're making the right decisions, and so hopefully encouraging them to do that.
And so how does the council feel about that?
Yeah.
I mean, independently, do we support the mayor in making this, or do we need to say that individually? How do we do that?
I think it should be done individually, because I don't know how I feel about it. I think the congestion of moving all these students to Rocky Mountain is gonna be interesting with the temple and all that. My daughter went there 5th and 6th grade for the ALL program, and it almost ruined her. So I walked into Lindon Elementary today for that art thing, and it was a bad vibe for me personally. I feel it's like a prison, that place is. She just did not have a good experience her fifth year, and she had a teacher that was just
That makes sense.
overboard, homework 2 hours a night. And so, me personally, I won't lose a moment of rest if the school closes down, but I understand the emotion and all that takes place in tradition and having your children go there. I'd probably be as much of an advocate for Rocky Mountain if it was the one being closed, because my children went there and all had an incredible experience. But I'm concerned about congestion of moving along the corridor of Center Street more than I am losing a school. You've got thousands of people a day that are going to go to the temple. Let's give them a better corridor, 900 East. Let's get that improved so that that can help. But if you've got all these students that are in the west of Lindon, they're not having to travel that full length while all that congestion of the temple's there. So that would be one of my main questions to bring up is it going to be logistically a nightmare for everybody?
That's what I feel like, one of the reasons, I don't know why they have not improved the parking situation for Lindon Elementary over the years. So I am a little bit skeptical that they've had this in the back of their brains for a little bit.
A lot of watch lists.
And so it makes me feel like they haven't put the money or the energy into that because of some of the logistics years back.
I think there will be some, if the process is slowed down, and it looks like that's hopefully where the vote is going, I think with some of the board members, the way they're indicating now and what's on the agenda now, there will be some potential future opportunities for that building that could come to bear, so.
Potential for the city or
Rebuild,
for this
remodel.
district?
All of the above. We'll just have to see
Either
where
or.
it goes, yeah.
So what we're really saying then, Mayor, is the thought that you would represent that you're speaking as the mayor
That's what I'm wondering.
based on your feedback from concerned citizens?
Yes.
But you're not necessarily representing the official view of the council? And that,
Correct.
and that each
But I would like-
council member could
yeah.
weigh in individually or personally?
But
if
I'm
it's-
being transparent with you, because,
Sure.
you know,
No,
some
that's important.
mayors go ahead and make public statements on things all the time, but I don't feel like that's something I want to do unless I've cleared it with you, and, you know, we've kind of counseled together on it. But I have enough citizens in Lindon who are saying, you know, please advocate just so that we slow this down, and
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm like Dan. I think if you're speaking just as the mayor,
General, yeah.
based on your feedback from citizens and concerned parents and so forth, and you represent that as such. I mean, I support you doing that. Like I say, having heard what Daryl says, I would feel a little uncomfortable saying, well, we've discussed it and the council agrees.
Yes. That's what I wanna make
100%,
sure
but
that
if you make that caveat, then I think it's a worthwhile exercise.
I've seen mayors do that in the past. This is the mayor coming out, and it's your prerogative. I mean, you are the mayor of this city. For you to have an opinion, I think is more than fair and make a statement. The same way each of us as council members, you know, I've talked to Mark and given him my opinion and told him hey, this is my opinion. This is what I'm hearing from my, you know, the people that I represent. I think it's absolutely fair.
I do have a question, Mayor. So at the beginning of your comment, you said that this is a joint letter between 3 mayors. So that does yoke, in my opinion, that yokes us to the will and input of those other cities if you are jointly signing a letter together.
Individually.
That would be my impression. If I received a letter signed by all 3 mayors, is that you're all on the same page, and I do not think that we are on the same page as a few of these other cities, in my opinion.
Well, the statement is just simply, I mean, very simply,
Could you write your own letter and not sign it jointly with the other 2 mayors?
I guess what does the letter say? If the letter says, pump the brakes,
That's okay.
I think that's okay. If it's specific, hey, don't shut down Lindon, because I think even within Lindon, anyone who lives in Rocky Mountain boundaries is all for it, because, not all for it. There's differing opinions even within the city of
Rocky
Lindon.
Mountain doesn't want Lindon closed because it now eliminates
Then it
their
eliminates
DLI
their
and-
program. But there's one of the options that they were comfortable with that leaves them alone. So,
It keeps the numbers up for Rocky Mountain though, so they keep the number of students that they need,
sure.
which is a completely other study discussion that I would have a million questions on.
Well, I can share this with you, you know, just as the mayors of Lindon, Orem, and Vineyard, this is still a draft, and I'm a little uncomfortable doing it publicly because it's a draft, right, and it's not officially. We express our deep concern regarding the recent decision to close Lindon, Sharon, and Windsor elementary schools. We oppose this decision and urge you to reconsider. The closure of these schools will have a detrimental impact on our communities and their residents, extending far beyond their school gates. We understand that schools are not merely buildings, but institutions that bring people together and form the social fabric of our neighborhoods. We implore you to consider the positive impact that these schools have on our communities. And then it lists how, Lindon's quality education, the sense of belonging, that the outcomes on test scores. For example, Sharon is a Title I school that serves a lot of disadvantaged children and demographic, and so displacing them has a really big socioeconomic impact for that neighborhood.
It's a lot of paperwork to try to get that into another
And then
school.
Windsor Elementary is also a top-performing school with strong parental engagement and support. So we would just like to collaborate. It just says we would like to collaborate with you to pause this process and explore alternative, creative, and innovative solutions. We recognize that decisions like these have a multi-generational impact and find it imperative that we take our time and approach to this decision with careful consideration. Bringing in the team of parents, students, teachers, staff, and elected officials. So to see if there's ways these wonderful schools could find a way forward. So hopefully that's
Well, in that
general.
context,
Yeah.
I think the concerns are the same. I mean, we may have philosophical differences on, splitting off from into a separate district or this, that, and the other, but I think in that context, it sounds like to me, all we're really saying is, we agree with Orem and Vineyard that
Yeah.
shutting down the schools would have a detrimental effect. We all agree on this. But I think, I see where Adam's coming from, but by the same token, I think it's a common concern that we could all agree on, that we're not, I don't think it's gonna cause World War III.
Can you have that letter go out, but could you also have a secondary letter that's only focuses on Lindon Elementary? Just a thought. But
And that letter's to who? Is it the
board.
Daily Herald? Is it the
To the
school
Alpine
board?
School Board.
I'd say like the first paragraph or so, it was a little more pointed as far as don't close. I would say that if that was softened a bit, I'd feel more comfortable. I loved the whole process of let's take our time, be methodical, and that it kind of, in the get-go, it says don't do this, and then let's do this instead. But for me, it would be, if I was to support that, I would say make it a little softer in the very beginning. But unless it was your own representation of yourself, so.
I'm just glad that there's voices
Yeah.
being said to the district, or to the board tomorrow. So thank you for your effort.
Just to be clear, if I were to vote for my personal vote, I wouldn't vote for Lindon Elementary to be closed. I'm just saying there's a lot of opinions out there, and I'm not emotionally attached to this decision. If it was to close, it wouldn't affect my life in any way. But I think it would be a better choice to leave it open and to allow congestions and traditions to continue in the future, so.
But I think that's why it's important to make it known that it's not the individual opinions of the council members or the council as a whole. I think as long as.
Council as a whole,
Yeah,
just individual.
I think council as a whole, I think as long as that's being represented,
I'm very
that we
comfortable.
could go to them individually and express our individual opinions if we desire.
Yeah, okay. That's fair.
Thank you for all that effort, though, Carolyn.
Okay.
Yeah, really, seriously, thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your feedback, and I think we can make those adjustments in there very easily. And ultimately, if
You do have a dog.
just simply slowing down the process, I think can have some better outcomes, so.
Several dogs.
All right,
Just really quick, if I could make one comment to Daryl's comment about traffic congestion. If everybody goes to Rocky Mountain, these were numbers that the district provided. This was on their website. If you look at, this is their current and proposed enrollment numbers for Lindon Elementary and then also for Rocky Mountain Elementary. Combined, we're looking at 1,100 students. Both schools basically are on Center Street. And so if one of those closes, you are looking at in these options, 700-ish students. And so in my mind, my opinion, given these numbers, you have 300 fewer students being dropped off if all of this is consolidated into just Rocky Mountain. So there are
Congested.
there are
Both of them are
traffic is
neighborhoods.
going both directions, coming from the east to Lindon Elementary and vice versa with Rocky Mountain. And so, but as collectively as a city, my opinion based on these numbers is that we'll have less congestion than we do right now. If that makes sense.
But at Rocky Mountain specifically, to Randy's point,
It would be
It is
more
gonna
at Rocky
devastate that
Mountain,
neighborhood.
more at Rocky Mountain, but fewer cars on Lindon streets as a whole. So, just as an FYI, that's my personal
right.
opinion, so.
Good data points. Thank you. Okay. All right, that brings us to our last agenda item, 16. This is review and action on the Centennial Artwork Contract.
So we are excited to kind of help move this along and formally met with Eric Dowdle to put this into a contract and make sure that this is something that is going to be good for the community. And based on your feedback in prior meetings and on the generous donation here by the Powells, we're moving forward on this. And so a few things that we need some clarification from you on. A couple items, we'll be tweaking some of these numbers just a little bit. And I need to pull up one more document here really quick. The costs on this for the original artwork, and they include one additional print, is $75,000. This is included in the print price. So that other one, the mayor had a great suggestion of let's make sure and get a print for the Powell family, and they would like not to have that included on this. And so we're okay with removing that. And so that would change this bottom line. But they did say in the contract, so it's the original and then one print comes with the 75 is what they said in the contract. So. And then for this large celebration, we showed that video. I don't know if you recall, there was the big wall puzzle. It was kind of a neat community bonding opportunity where people came up and put their own puzzle piece in there for that unveiling and the party, and the large wall puzzle is the cost there. The puzzles themselves are $12.50 a piece from at the purchase price, so the total is $126.5. Our anticipated revenues based on this, we have this really generous donation. Our anticipated dollar amount, if we were to sell 2,200 of the 2,500 puzzles, keeping 300 as gifts or different events or whatever there. So I just threw that number in there. And then
The realistic one, based on maybe what other cities have done, don't we have like 27?
we have about 3,200 households. We could order more puzzles if you feel like this is, if more.
Oh, I'm wondering if we can sell 2,200.
Oh,
I guess is where I was going with that.
everything I've heard from these neighboring cities is they all have done a second double order. They all under, yeah.
Probably buy 500 themselves.
Yeah, and then Eric also mentioned when we met with him, if we feel like we can't move these after several months, that he has a contract of some sorts with Walmart that we could actually put them in there. And he felt like he could move that, so, and help us. So, the business partnerships, so in the contract, it's silent on this, and I called and talked to their attorney today, and there's not a set limit or number on the businesses that we can include or the signs that we might reference, but we have had some interest from 4 businesses right now as far as a partnership for their buildings to be in the puzzle, and we would like to continue to explore that with signs or other business recognition that we could, if you choose to do so, if you choose to have us solicit that and make that kind of an offsetting cost. That's up to you as a council, if you would like us to pursue that further.
That's an interesting thing. I don't want it to turn into an advertisement per se.
Yeah. Let me show you Spanish Forks. I think theirs is probably the best. example of this. So their puzzle has a lot of signs from businesses and things there. My understanding is that this helps offset some of their costs.
Oh, certainly.
Yeah. So what those dollar amounts are for different size of signs or banners or a building, we have yet to figure that out. But I'm just looking for your general feedback. Is this a project that you want to continue forward with? This was one from, as an example, I haven't been to Tooele in like 20 years, so I don't know if they even have any commercial businesses. Their puzzle had very few. There was a couple in the background, very few commercial signs compared to Spanish Fork.
Orem has a lot of signs, if I remember right.
Do they? Pleasant Grove, they had some businesses and signs in theirs. Unfortunately, I don't have a photo of theirs, but I did hear from Eric on their council said that they chose not to go out and try to fundraise through businesses on that, which I thought was interesting. But
I look at Spanish Forks and I look at those businesses and I recognize all of those from the very little time I spent in Spanish Fork. The one that looks out of place is IHC in the top left. I'm like, that does not remind me of Spanish Fork in any way.
Have you never been to the IFA in Spanish Fork?
That one?
IHC.
IHC. The
Oh,
IHC. This
IHC. Oh,
this one
no.
up here in the corner,
Oh,
and
no,
I'm like,
IHC.
I don't
said-
even think
you
that
said
building is done yet. It's,
It is.
No,
It's been done for about a year and a half, 2 years.
it looks out of place to me. But I mean, I don't have strong opinions either way. I don't know.
Well, I'm one of those businesses that is contributing because I want to.
But you have an iconic
You have
building.
a his,
But I was gonna say that if I chose not to donate, my business would likely be on the puzzle anyway. So I'd like to propose that my business is on towards the front, but
by the parade route.
myself. With a big bread twist going up into the sky.
That's a cool idea, actually, but
Have the parade people eating bread twists.
so I guess what I need tonight, I need
what's
a
your
couple of
question?
things. So let me, in general, are you okay with us using this as an opportunity to help offset costs by including businesses, signs, or buildings?
How do you feel, Randy?
That was,
Kyle's already made our donation, and so I'm gonna let the city council make a lot of these decisions. Is that okay?
That's fair. I'm personally okay with it. I think that, how discriminatory can we be? I think
was a
there's a
comment-
couple that would come in that'd say, oh, I don't know if that
Eric
feels right."
actually made a comment that he would potentially take exception with a couple if it was just by ad revenue type of approach, and if he didn't feel it fit the character of
Sure.
the artistic creativity or whatever he thinks the,
I think
would
his
fit, yeah.
comment was oriented towards the buildings being in the painting and not necessarily like the signage that might be on some of this, but that was the way I took that. Architecturally, he didn't like the look of a building.
I was taking it as,
And I can clarify that, but his legal counsel said we can accommodate a bunch of signs and recognition for businesses in different ways today.
I think
And so-
we're pretty far down the road on this. I mean, I don't know that there's.
What's your feel on businesses specifically? Are you all right with them going to businesses saying, hey, do you want to be part of our
Oh,
program?
absolutely. I don't,
Okay.
I think that's.
And I think I'm comfortable with it too. I worry, if Doug Smith Kia wanted to have the center spot, I'd think, is that iconic Lindon? Not yet,
Yeah, and we don't have a contract or anything for the businesses. We will incorporate it in some fashion and up to the artist on how that's put in there is what.
So he's got that discretion, so.
well,
I'm-
I think we could talk with the Powells as well, since they have put in some tremendous legwork to make this a possibility, and they had a vision, and they have amazing taste. They get it, they're close to, what this type of a project, they understand it, they have the artwork in their home. I think they had already started some of those conversations. We could certainly pick up from there and see who they had approached and who they already chatted with and?
Well, we have discussed some of that with Adam, but I so value the people that I serve with. And as members of this community, your opinions, your thoughts, concerns are paramount to this project. You will be here for the centennial, where I will not be.
You will be there.
So I so appreciate that, and so it's your voice that matters at this time. Dave and I have had our opportunity to have our voice, and now it is the time for all the other elected officials to have their voice. So appreciate that.
Perhaps rather than just indiscriminately going out and saying, let's just solicit businesses, I mean, there are some iconic businesses in Lindon that perhaps we ought to give them first opportunity at least.
So,
I've seen this listed on here.
yeah, so this is a list that I put together with a few staff. We threw some ideas in here. This list does not need to be finalized tonight, and so the contract we would like to get buttoned up. But these are some things that we felt were fairly iconic Lindon. I did tell Randy this earlier today, so I asked two of our staff in administration that do not live in Lindon. I asked them earlier last week. I said, what should we include in this puzzle? What's iconic Lindon? One person said the purple turtle, and another one said, I think it was Neaters. And so both of which are not in Lindon, but it did make me feel, it made me feel like this is an opportunity to help our citizens know what is Lindon and what our boundaries are, and what I felt like this is a way that we can help bond our community, and they'll take pride in what's here. I mean, so I think this would be a fun thing. It was interesting. It's one of the fastest, most rapid Facebook posts that we've had when we put this on the announcement of the donation. And I've had 20 calls from businesses saying, how do we get on the puzzle? And I think there's a general love and interest in this type of art. And this is, from what I've talked with Pleasant Grove and Spanish Fork City administrators, they said it was a costly thing, but one that they felt like brought their community together. And so for their centennial, they both raved about it. So this list is, what else stands out? What else?
Under your nice to have list.
So we've got.
I love the must have list. Agree on all of them. There's not one that stands out to me that's.
Well, the Colmore store is no longer.
Yeah, we
standing, is
did
it?
wonder, should we include anything that was historic, that was
So-
in Lindon for 100+
The
years?
Cullimore stores,
Iconic.
big loss.
The pile of bricks.
And Mazer is iconic because the Carl G. Mazer building is a replica of the Carl G. Mazer on BYU campus, historic,
So we do have the
So,
schools listed
we
on
don't
there
have-
as maybes.
down there,
I
but we
just
wouldn't be
kinda
able to
put
fit all the
of them. I didn't
schools.
know.
Lindon
Yeah.
Elementary, Daryl wants the kids to be wearing orange because it's like a prison. Can we put that into the puzzle?
So I mean, here's the one from Tooele. It's maybe a little bit hard to see. So he's got a school in the background.
You're too long.
So I mean, they're pretty small references, but
It's nice that we have a great artist doing it. That makes me feel comfortable about how it's gonna look, and that it's gonna turn out great. I do kind of like the canal trail a little bit.
okay.
That's such a popular, but if that doesn't fit in well,
No, don't ask me, but no.
no, I mean for like the artist.
I
if it-
love those ideas.
We moved
Going
that
to
one to
try
a
to put-
must-have.
Is it possible to put like our Lindon Marina or our water, that we are a lake to Mountain City?
We can move that up to the must-have, and let's see where it goes. That was one that several others that I spoke with felt like it would be a neat thing to recognize that, so. Any other thoughts? Sorry, Randy, I still didn't correct my typo. That is an I.
Heck, we are a
And,
typo,
and,
so-
yeah, I did hear from Dave and Randy, they would like to be removed from that. We can put up to 20 persons that are specific in the painting, so I threw in there the mayor and city council, the Little Miss Lindon royalty. Are there any other individuals that you would like people to be in the painting?
Asterson's probably.
I mean, Mayor Dane designed the city center.
All of our currently living mayors. That doesn't go back very far, unfortunately, but I think that's just three.
Yeah, just
Four.
three.
Four. Acerson, Ellertson,
Oh, yeah, Ellerton.
and, well, it is just three, isn't it? Oh, four.
Lundberg, well, it's not former, but living.
Auction one spot off to one of your
Yeah,
kids,
living.
Randy.
Just have to check.
Still living.
Your kids. Have them compete
Here's,
for it.
here's the city council members in Spanish Fork. They're on the parade float right there. And if you look closely, it kind of looks like them, so.
now Commissioner Gordon there on the far right, right?
Yeah, one of them is the county commissioner. Okay, former mayors. Any other buildings? So Van and the mayor mentioned pushing Utah Lake shoreline in some fashion. Maybe we do a sailboat or something.
Sure.
And pushing the Murdoch Canal Trail and the marina or the shoreline more up to the must-haves. Any other?
How iconic is Walmart?
What about all our
You know,
car
it's-
dealerships?
yeah, I
I
don't
worry
know.
about them wanting to be in it. Murdoch, I can see Murdoch Hyundai wanting to throw money. No?
That's just a tough thing. If it's done tastefully and right,
Maybe on a car or on a,
I mean, like, there's a Macy's sign. Somehow incorporate, you know what I mean? I wouldn't consider it.
Sign.
Yeah, I'm not talking about having.
it's not an
Home Depot.
iconic building,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not talking about.
Home
having a
Depot
building.
are Home Depot and Walmart are iconic for the revenue that
They-
we've
they
been
are.
blessed to have.
Any events that we want to make sure and memorialize, like if there is some huge thing that went on in the community that we want to put in here.
Memorial Day.
Why?
Cookies. That's not an event.
Event. Not that you want to
God, we can't think of any events.
Well, just the centennial itself.
The parade itself is kind of
Linden
Linden
Days.
Days oriented.
Maybe.
Car show, that did come up.
car
Something
show's pretty
else, somebody else
iconic.
mentioned car show.
It's pretty iconic for a lot of communities, though.
But
Ours is pretty big,
more iconic.
pretty unique. I
So we'll
think
put
all
that
of
as,
Linden
put that
Days,
as a
anything you
maybe.
could work in from Linden Days. Let's put in the deer that got poached. Bring him back to life.
That kind of thing would be funny. It
That
would be
stuff
cool.
that
Okay,
people are
we
like,
gotta
"Oh,
have
I
the
can
big
Easter
buck
egg."
that's,
You can hide
it's
Easter
mounted
eggs.
downstairs right now in Mike Florence's office,
How
so.
about pickleball courts with people sitting on their porch
It'll
with
be
a
beautiful.
really
We could
sad
put
face?
Lincoln on a pickleball court with a racket, so.
Cause that's all I remember.
The Hollow Park. with
The
the-
duck murder up at 90s.
We gotta, okay. There's-
Oh, it's so fun. It's
Probably
just
don't
fun to
want-
think about
probably
what
don't
makes
want a
Linden
picture of
iconic.
Okay, we don't have to finalize this tonight, so that's a good list to start. One more clarification I need on this. So we can order the size of these. So these are 500-piece puzzles, and we need to determine, so there's the 500 piece.
How hard are they to put together, right?
We can order a certain amount of 100, so more kid puzzles, or 500 or thousands. Do you want them all 500? Or do you want a mix?
What would we sell the hundreds for compared to the?
Same price.
Same price.
Yeah.
I don't think we want to go to 1,000, but
No,
it's some,
not
some,
1,000.
if it's not a big deal, some hundreds is a,
We got COVID and stayed in for a week and did we did like 10 daddle puzzles, and those 100 ones are fun, a lot of fun for kids.
The kids.
But like 500's the standard, that's, so I would lean
You don't wanna do
majority
an
there,
extra
but
hard one,
couple of
some
hundreds.
thousands
Well,
for
my,
people that are
my,
diehard.
my family and extended family are like big puzzle people, and they almost always do 1,000s.
Yeah,
when they
my
do it,
family too.
Because it's a religion to them.
Christmas.
Average person
That's 500 probably.
is
You
500
guys
most.
tell me, you want a couple
Divide
hundred
it
of
up.
each of those other ones? A few hundred of,
The kid ones and the
Well, some people
Yeah.
do 1,000.
advanced, there's some advanced puzzlers that,
Yeah, true.
yeah.
a variety. Probably not- I'd do-
Probably
I'd hit most
majority
of them.
500.
And the next
Yeah.
most, 100, and then some in the thousands, I don't know.
I haven't
Okay.
had a puzzle since
All right,
that
that's-
week, we did like 10. Then you're out.
All right.
Okay,
I think we're good.
no.
Yes, there is. Is as an action item because it's a.
If you can
financial-
approve this with a few tweaks that we need to make and just, this isn't exactly how it's gonna end up, but I will, if you can authorize me and the mayor to sign the final contract, that would be awesome. So,
Randy, you want a motion on this, or is it?
I'll let my council members do it. How's that?
That's fair enough.
I will make a motion to approve a contract for artwork commemorating Lindon's 2024 centennial with the flexibility discussed for the mayor and the city administrator to negotiate the contract.
okay.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Vanchery, seconded by Councilmember Magalby. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, I see someone on the edge of their chair right now.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Okay, but now, because we're off the record.
Well,
Say aye.
motion by Councilmember Broderick, seconded by Councilmember Powell. Motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are adjourned.
Okay, before we're off the
Okay.
record, let's turn there.
Well, so here's my puzzle joke. I don't want to brag, but my wife and I are kind of puzzle savants like the Magalbys are. We bought a puzzle, and on the outside, it said it was gonna take us 2 to